Chapter 1, Title Page Short Fiction by Harry Harrison. Imprint. This ebook is the product of many hours of hard work by volunteers for Standard Ebooks and builds on the hard work of other literature lovers made possible by the public domain. The source text and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. They may still be copyrighted in other countries, so users located outside of the United States must check their local laws before using this ebook. The creators of and contributors to this ebook dedicate their contributions to the worldwide public domain via the terms in the CC 01.0 Universal Public Domain Dedication. For full license information, see the uncopyright at the end of this ebook. Standard Ebooks is a volunteer-driven project that produces ebook editions of public domain literature using modern typography, technology, and editorial standards, and distributes them free of cost. You can download this and other ebooks carefully produced for true book lovers at Standard Books. An artist's life, a busman's holiday, a real busman's holiday. I stay on the moon for a year. I paint pictures there for 365 days, then the first thing I do back on Earth is go to the Metropolitan Museum of Art to look at more paintings. Brent smiled to himself. It had better be worthwhile. He looked up the immense stretch of granite steps. They shimmered slightly in the intense August sun. He took a deep breath and shifted the cane to his right hand. Slowly he dragged himself up the steps. They seemed to stretch away into the oven like infinity. He was almost there. A few more steps would do it. The cane caught between two of the steps, shifting his balance, and he was suddenly falling. The woman standing in the shade at the top of the steps screamed. She had watched since he first climbed out of the cab. Brent Dahlgren, the famous painter. Everyone recognized the tanned young face under bristly hair burned silver white by the raw radiation of space. The papers had told how his stay on the moon had weakened his muscles from low gravity. He had climbed painfully up the steps and now he was rolling hopelessly down them. She screamed again and again. They carried him into the first aid room. Gravity weakness, he told the nurse. I'll be all right. She tested him for broken bones and frowned when her hand touched his skin. She took his temperature, her eyes widened and she glanced at him with a frightened look. I know, he said. It's much higher than normal. Don't let it worry you though. The fever isn't due to the fall. In fact, it's probably the other way around. I'll have to enter it in my report just in case there's any trouble. I wish you wouldn't. I don't want the fact to leak out that I'm not as well as I should be. If you'll call Dr. Graeber in the Medical Arts Building, you'll find that this condition is not new. The museum will have no worry about their responsibility as to my health. It would make wonderful copy for the scandal sheets. Moon painter dying gives life for art. It wasn't at all like that. He had known there was danger from radiation sickness. In the beginning, he had been very careful to be out in his spacesuit only the prescribed length of time. That was before he ran into the trouble. There had been a feeling about the moon that he just couldn't capture. He had almost succeeded in one painting, then lost it again forever. It was the feeling of the haunted empty places, the stark extremes of the plains and boulders. It was an alien sensation that had killed him before he could imprison it in oil. The critics had thought his paintings were unique, wonderful, just what they had always thought the moon would be like. That was exactly his trouble. The airless satellite wasn't at all like that. It was different, so different that he could never capture the difference. Now he was going to die, a failure in the only thing he had really wanted to do. The radiation fever was in him, eating away at his blood and bones. In a few months it would destroy him. He had been too reckless those last months fighting against time. He had tried and failed. It was as simple as that. The nurse put the phone down, frowning. I've checked and what you say is true, Mr. Dahlgren. I won't put it in my report if that's what you want. She helped him up. The moon was out of his thoughts later as one canvas after another swam into his vision. He bathed his senses in the collected art of the ages. This was his life and he was enjoying it to the utmost, trying to make up for his year's absence from the world. The Greek marbles soothed his mind and the Rembrandt portraits wakened his interest once again. He marveled at the fact that after all the years he could still wander through these halls and have his interest recaptured, but he also wanted to see what the moderns were doing. The elevator took him to the contemporary wing. Almost at once his quiet enjoyment was broken by the painting. It was an autumn landscape, a representative example of the classic modern school that had been so popular for the last few years. However, it had something else, an undefinable strangeness about it. His legs were beginning to tremble again. He knew that he had better rest for a few minutes. Brent sat on the wide lounge on the main staircase, cracking his knuckles, his mind whirling in circles as he rapidly introspected himself into a headache. There was no one thing in that painting that he could put his mental finger on, but it had upset him. It was disturbing him emotionally. Something about the picture didn't quite ring true. He knew there was a logical evaluation of a painting, just as there was a logical evaluation of any material object. But that wasn't the trouble, he was sure. Equally, there was an emotional evaluation, more of a sensation or feeling, and this was where the trouble lay. Everyone has felt pleasure or interest at one time or another when looking at any form of visual art. A magazine photo, drawing, or even a well-designed building could generate an emotional pattern. Brent was attempting to analyze such a sensation now, a next to impossible job. The only coherent thought he could muster on the subject was, "There is something subtly wrong with that picture." Suddenly he had the answer. It came in a second, as if revealed by some hidden source of insight. Perhaps his recent stay on the moon helped the idea to form. It had a relationship to things he had experienced there. It brought to mind the cinder plains that had never felt the foot of man. The sensation could be expressed by one word: alienness. In the eternal lifelessness of the silent lunar wastes, this sensation had a place. But how did it get into the polite autumn landscape? What twist in the mind of the painter enabled him to capture this strange feeling on canvas? Brent cursed himself softly. This wasn't a painting of an alien landscape. It was an autumn in the woods landscape painted by a man who didn't understand his topic. A man with an odd way of looking at things. A painter who could look at the bustling life of a fall day and capture the eternal death of a lifeless satellite. Brent leaned forward on his cane, his heart beating in tempo with his swirling thoughts. He had to find this artist. He would talk to him, reason with him, beat him if necessary. He must find out the man's secret. The thought of his coming death sat like a cold black weight in his body. To die without knowing how to capture that sensation on canvas. He had killed himself searching for it, to no avail. Yet all the time here on Earth was the man who had the knowledge he sought. The bitter irony of it swirled his head with madness. The insane thoughts seeped away slowly. He sat on the couch until he was rested enough to trust himself on his feet. He had to find the man. Down in the right-hand corner of the picture in the shadow of a rock was the signature Arthur Da Costa, printed with wide, sweeping strokes. Brent had never heard the name before, but this fact was not unusual in itself. Real artists were a retiring crew. They labored in back rooms and old garages, filling canvas after canvas for their own satisfaction. Their work might never be shown until long after they were dead. Dead, that word kept intruding in his thoughts. He turned angrily and walked towards the guard who leaned casually on a swirl of abstractionist sculpture. "Sure, mister," the guard answered. "You'll find the curator in his office, the door there behind them old hangings." "Thanks," Brent muttered and followed the course indicated by a meaty finger. He found an alcove partially concealed by the luxurious draperies. It contained a photoelectric water fountain and a neomarble door bearing the legend G. Andrew Kinnant, curator, contemporary wing. He pushed open the door and stepped into the receptionist's office. She looked up from her typewriter. "My name is Brent Dalgreen. I would like to see Mr. Kinnant." "Not the Mr. Dalgreen." "Why, the girl broke off, flustered. She leaned hard on the intercom button. "Go right in, Mr. Dalgreen. Mr. Kinnant will be very happy to see you." But the lovely smile that accompanied the statement was wasted on him. His thoughts were elsewhere today. After 30 minutes of shop talk, Brent drew the conversation around to the present exhibit, and one painter in particular. Mr. Di Costa is one of our most brilliant young painters, yes indeed, the curator said smugly, as if he had personally taught Costa every painting trick he knew. He has only lived in New York a short while, but the boy has made quite a name for himself already. Here, let me give you his address. I'm sure you would enjoy meeting him. Common interests, you know. Brent was easily talked into accepting the information he had come for in the first place. He kept his real thoughts secret from the vociferous Kinnant. They would seem more than foolish, unsupported as they were by a single shred of real evidence. He couldn't let this deter him. The sands of his life were trickling out, but there was something he had to do first. The building was one of 100 identical greenstone structures that had lined the streets in the fashionable 30s. The site of the former garment center was now one of the most favored residential districts in the city. Brent stood across the street from number 31, ostensibly studying the headlines on the newsvend machine. The windowless exterior gave the obvious fact that the owner was fairly well off financially. Any information he sought would be inside, not outside. He crossed the street and stepped into the chrome entranceway. The inductance of his body actuated the automatic butler, and the soft mechanical voice spoke from over the door. The Di Costa residence. May I serve you? Mr. Brent Dalgreen to see Mr. Di Costa. I'm sorry, but I have no information regarding you, sir, if you care to leave a mess. The robot tones stopped with a sharp click to be replaced by a man's voice. I am very happy to greet you, Mr. Dalgreen. Won't you please step in? The door swung quietly open to reveal a small wood-paneled vestibule. It wasn't until the door closed again that Brent recognized it as an elevator. There was a feeling of motion, and the end wall slid back to reveal a book-lined sitting room. The occupant turned from his desk and stepped forward. Brent took the proffered hand, at the same time trying to penetrate the man's smile. Di Costa was taller than Brent, with a thinness that seemed to contradict his graceful movements. They shook hands, and his hand had the same qualities, thin, long, and strong. At this point, Brent realized he was staring. He hastened to respond to his host's hospitality. I hope you will excuse my just dropping in like this, Mr. Di Costa. I have seen some work of yours at the Metropolitan and found it, well, very interesting. Brent stopped, aware of how weak his reasons seemed when brought out in conversation. He was more than pleased when Di Costa interrupted him. I understand perfectly, Mr. Dalgreen. I have had the same experience many times when looking at your paintings and those of some of our fellow artists. He smiled. Not all of them, I assure you. I have looked at these works and said to myself, I would like to meet the man who did that. This very rarely happens, a fact which I deplore. That you feel the same way towards my work is both flattering and most enjoyable. Di Costa's friendliness broke the ice. They were soon on the best of terms. Brent sat in the comfortable leather chair while Di Costa mixed drinks at the built-in bar. This gave him a chance to look around the room. A brown study, it fitted the word. The decorations were all subdued to the room as a whole, the sort of things a man would buy for himself. The only clashing note was the rotary book rack in the corner. He suddenly realized that it was revolving slowly, had been doing so since he first entered the room. Something else, yes, there on the desk, the bronze ashtray was also revolving with the same steady motion. They created an unusual effect, yet an oddly pleasing one. It fitted the room and the owner's personality. And here are the drinks. A toast first, always a good idea. Long life and good painting to both of us. Brent frowned to himself as he sipped the drink. There is a fascination about shop talk that carpenters and bank executives indulge in with equal pleasure. Brent found himself easily drawn into conversation on the merits of alizarin crimson and the influence of Byzantine art on Renaissance Italy. Yet all the time he talked, a small portion of his mind was weighing the other's words, testing and observing. But his host was everything he seemed to be, a gentleman of private means with an active interest in painting. A half-hour had passed, entertaining but unenlightening, when a light rap sounded on the study door. It opened to reveal an attractive woman, tastefully dressed in a grey and silver robe of classic Greek design, the latest fashion. She hesitated in the doorway. I don't mean to disturb you, Arthur, but there is... Oh, excuse me, I had no idea you had a guest. Costa took her gently by the arm. "I'm very glad you did, my dear. Let me introduce the famous Brent Dahlgreen." He passed his arm around her waist. "My wife, Marie." Brent took her hand and smiled into her large brown eyes. She returned his greeting warmly with exactly the right amount of pressure on his hand. A loving wife, a pleasant home, Arthur Costa was a model of the modern gentleman. The painting in the museum seemed unimportant in the face of all this normality. For a fraction of an instant as he held her hand, his eyes were drawn to a portrait that hung next to the door. It was only by the strongest effort of will that he prevented himself from crushing her hand. Marie was there in the portrait, her portrait. The same subtle transformation as the painting in the museum, something about a twist of the mouth, the haunting look in her eyes as she stared out of the picture. He tore his gaze from the painting, but not before Costa had noticed his attention. "It must be a strange sensation," Costa laughed, "to meet both my beautiful Marie and her portrait at the same instant. But here, let me show you." He touched the frame and a soft light bathed the painting. Brent mumbled something polite and stepped nearer as if mere proximity would answer his questions. Costa seemed flattered by his famous guest's interest. They discussed the many problems of a painting and their happy or unhappy solution. Blushing slightly, Marie was coaxed into standing under her portrait. She pretended not to notice the dissecting artistic analysis that could be so embarrassing to the outsider. "That blue hollow in the neck helps the form, the effect of the gold hair on the cheekbones." She turned her head just so, and a little more while they talked, yet all during the discussion a small part of Brent's mind was weighing and analyzing. The how of the paintings was becoming clearer, although the why still escaped him. It wasn't that there was an alienness in the figure itself. It was more as if the person were looking at something totally strange to worldly eyes. He felt the small throb of an incipient headache as his frustrated thoughts danced dizzily inward on themselves in ever-tightening circles. The mellow sound of a chime from the wall cabinet provided a welcome interruption. Costa excused himself and stepped out of the room, leaving Brent alone with Marie. They had just seated themselves when Costa returned, looking as if he had received painful news. "I must ask you to excuse me, but my lawyer wishes to see me at once. A small but important matter about my estate. I am most unhappy to leave now. We must continue our talk another time. Please do not leave on my account, Mr. Dahlgreen. My house is at your service." When her husband left, Brent and Marie Costa talked idly on irrelevant topics. They had to, since he had no idea of what might be relevant. You couldn't walk up to a girl whom you'd met for the first time and ask, "Madam, does your husband paint monsters? Or perhaps you dabble in witchcraft? Is that the secret?" A quick glance at his watch convinced him it was time to go before he wore out his welcome. Turning to light a cigarette, his eyes fell on the mantel clock. He registered surprise. "Why, it's 3:30 already. I'm afraid I'll have to be leaving." She rose, smiling. "You have been a most delightful guest," she laughed. "I know I speak for Arthur as well as myself when I say I hope to see you again." "I may take you up on that," Brent said. Their forward progress was suddenly impeded as the elevator swung open to discharge a small bundle of screaming humanity. Dazed, Brent realized it was a young girl as she swept past. The child collapsed on Marie Costa's shoulder, her golden hair shaking with muffled sobs. A plastic doll with a shattered head gave mute evidence of the source of the disturbance. Brent stood by self-consciously until the crying was soothed. Marie flashed him an understanding smile while she convinced the child at least to say hello to the visitor. He was rewarded with the sight of the red, tear-stained face. "Dottie, I want you to meet Mr. Dahlgreen." "How do you do, Mr. Dahlgreen?" But Mommy, the boy stepped on the doll and he laughed when it broke, and the thought was once again too much to bear. The tears began to course again through the well-used waterways. "Cheer up, Dottie, you wouldn't want your father to see you like this," Brent suggested. These seemingly innocent words, while having no effect on the little girl, had a marked effect on her mother. Her face whitened. "Arthur is not Dottie's father, Mr. Dahlgreen. You see, this is my second marriage. I mean we cannot have children." She spoke the words as if they were a pain heavy within her. Brent was slightly embarrassed, yet elated at the same time. This was the first crack in the facade of normality that concealed the occupants of the house. Her sudden change of expression could only mean that there was something troubling her, something he would give his last tube of oil paint to find out. Perhaps it wasn't the secret hidden in the painting, but there must be a relationship somewhere. He was determined to search it out. Apartment lights were out all over the city. The daytime world was asleep. Brent stirred in the large chair and reached out for the glass of sparkling burgundy that was slowly dying on the end table. A little flat, but still very good. It was one of the luxuries he allowed himself, a luxury that might really be called a necessity to one who lived by selling his emotional responses translated into color. The wine was going flat, but the view of the city never would. New York, the eternal wonder city. The soft lights of his studio threw no reflections on the window, and his sight traveled easily over the architectural fairyland. Sparkling search beams swept across the sky, throwing an occasional glint as they slid across a jet car or a stratoplane. 1,000 lights of 1,000 hues twinkled in the city below. Even here on the 180th floor he could hear the throbbing roar of its ceaseless activity. This was the foremost of the cities of man, yet somewhere in that city was a man who was not quite human. Brent had the partial answer, he was sure of that. He had found the missing factor in one of his own paintings. It was the only one he was even slightly pleased with. He had turned it out in 9 solid hours of work, one of the dangerous exposures the doctors talked about. He had it propped on the video console, a stark vista of Mare Imbrium in the afternoon moon time. It was a canvas touched with the raw grandeur of eternal space. It had a burning quality that reacted on human sight, an alien landscape seen through a human eye, just as the Die Costa canvases were human scenes seen through a different eye. Perhaps not totally foreign to Earth, they weren't that obvious. Now that he understood, though, the influence was unmistakable. He also had substantiating evidence. The law was the law, and genes would always be genes. Man and ape are warm-blooded mammals, close relatives among the anthropoids, yet even with this close heritage there could be no interbreeding. Offspring were out of the question, they were a genetic impossibility. It followed that alienness meant just that. A man who wasn't man, Homo sapiens, could never have children with a human wife. Marie Die Costa was human and had a real tear-soaked human daughter to prove it. Arthur Die Costa had no children. Brent pressed the window release and it sank into the casement with a soft sigh. The city noises washed in along with the fresh smell of growing things. The light breeze carried the fragrance in from the Jersey woodlands. It seemed a little out of place here above the gleaming city. Leaning out slightly, he could see the moon riding through the thin clouds and the morning star Venus just clearing the eastern horizon. He had been there on the moon. He had watched them assembling the first Venus rocket. Man, the erect biped, was the only sentient life form he had ever seen. If there were others, they were still out there among the stars. All, that is, except one, or could there possibly be others here on Earth? This was useless thinking, though. Don't invent more monsters until you've caught your first. A night's sleep first. After that, he could start setting his traps out tomorrow. For the 10th time, Brent threw a half-eaten candy bar into the receptacle and started down the street. Being a private eye was so easy in the teleshows, but how different the reality was. He had been shadowing Arthur Die Costa for 3 days now, and it was ruining his digestion. Whenever his quarry stopped, he stopped, often on the crowded city streets. Loitering was too obvious, so he found himself constantly involved with the vending machines that lined the streets. The news sheets were easily thrown away, but he felt obliged at least to sample the candy bars. Die Costa was just stepping onto the 5th Avenue walkway. Brent got on a few hundred feet behind him. They rolled slowly uptown at the standard 15 miles per hour. As the walkway crossed 57th Street, a small man in a black and gold business suit stepped briskly onto it. Brent noticed him only when he stopped next to Die Costa and tapped him on the shoulder. Die Costa turned with a smile, which changed slowly into a puzzled expression. The little man handed what appeared to be a folded piece of paper to the surprised painter. Before Die Costa could say anything, the man stepped off the walkway onto a safety platform. With a quick movement surprising in a man of his chunky build, he vaulted the guard barrier and stepped onto the downtown walkway. Brent could only stare open-mouthed as the black figure swept by him and was lost in the crowds. Surprised by the entire action, he turned back to find Di Costa staring directly into his eyes. Whatever course of action he might have considered was lost. Di Costa took the initiative. He smiled and waved. Brent could hear his voice faintly through the street noises. "Mr. Dahlgren over here," Brent waved back and did the only thing possible. As he walked slowly forward, he saw that Di Costa's curiosity had gotten the better of him. Brent watched him open the note, read it, and change suddenly. The man's arm dropped to his side, his body stiffened. Staring straight ahead, he stood on the walkway, eyes fixed and as full as a Roman portrait bust. Dahlgren hurried toward the man. Events were going too fast. He had more than a suspicion that the note and the short man were somehow connected with the secret of the paintings. He stepped forward. The man stared ahead, unseeing and unhearing. Brent felt justified in removing the mysterious note from between his fingers. One side was blank, but the other contained a single illegible character, queer sign made up of flowing curves crossed by choppy green lines. It resembled nothing Brent had ever seen in his entire life. They rode uptown side by side. Brent leaned on the railing while Di Costa remained fixed in his strange trance. The note in Brent's hand was tangible evidence that his suspicions had some basis in fact. As he examined it again, he was aware of an undefinable tingling in his hand. The note seemed to be vibrating, shaking free from his hand in some unknown way. Under his startled gaze, it glowed suddenly and disappeared. One instant he had held it, the next his hand was empty. He leaped back in surprise, passing through the space formerly occupied by Di Costa. Gone while he had been studying the note. Leaning over the rail, he had a quick glimpse of the stiff figure entering the Central Park skyport. Cursing himself for his stupidity, Brent changed lanes and raced back to the skyport entrance. His luck still held. Di Costa was on the outgoing air cab line. It would take him at least 10 minutes to get a cab this time of day. With a little speed and a few grease palms, Brent could rent a fly your own before the other man was airborne. Shortly after, the orange and black cab flashed up from the takeoff circle, followed closely by Brent's blue Helio. The two aircraft flew north and vanished in the distance over the Hudson. The air cab stayed at the 10,000-foot level. Brent cruised at 8,000, lagging slightly behind, keeping in the blind spot of the other ship. The entire affair was moving too fast for his peace of mind. He had the feeling that he was no longer a free agent, that he was being pushed into things before he decided for himself. He suddenly felt elated. The strange symbol on the note that disappeared in such an inexplicable fashion, proved the existence of alien hidden forces. Every mile that rushed under his plane brought him closer to the answer. He didn't fear death. It was no longer a stranger to him. The moments of time left to him might be made more satisfactory if he ferreted out this secret. He smiled to himself. 15 minutes later, the two ships grounded at the municipal skyport in Poughkeepsie. Brent parked the ship and followed his quarry down to the street level. Except for a certain stiffness in his movements, Di Costa seemed normal. He walked quickly and turned into an office building before Brent could catch up with him. Throwing discretion aside, Brent broke into a run. He turned into the lobby just as the elevator door closed. He pressed the call button, but the car continued to rise. The indicator stopped at 4, then slowly sank down again. He was too close to the end to even consider stopping now. He stepped into the self-service elevator and pressed 4. The door closed and the car began to descend. With the realization that he was trapped came the knowledge that there was very little he could do about it. Just wait and see who or what might be outside the car when the door opened. The elevator dropped down to a level that must have been far beneath the basement floor. The door slid slowly back. The room was not what he had expected. Not that he had any idea of what there would be. It was just that this room was so ordinary except for the side wall. That was an impossibility. It was a glass wall looking into a vast tank of swirling water, only there was no glass. It was the surface of the ocean standing on its side. He felt himself drawn into it, falling into it. The sensation vanished as the wall suddenly turned jet black. He became aware for the first time that he wasn't alone in the room. There was a girl behind a chrome desk, a lovely girl with straight bronze hair and green eyes. An untrained person shouldn't watch that machine, Mr. Dahlgren. It has a negative effect on the mind. Won't you please step in? His jaw dropped. How do you know my name? Who are you? What is this PL? If you'll be seated, I'll be with you in a moment. Brent saw that the elevator would stay here until he got out. He stepped into the room and the door sliding shut behind him didn't help his morale any. He was into it up to his neck and the other team had taken complete charge. He sat. The redhead pulled the sheet of paper out of her typewriter and pushed it into the strange wall. It once more had the undersea look. Brent kept his eyes averted until she turned to him with a slight frown furrowing her forehead. You have been very interested in Arthur Da Costa's activities, Mr. Dahlgren. Perhaps there are some questions you would like to ask me. That lady is the world's best understatement. Just what happened to him today and what is this place? She leaned forward and pointed. You're responsible for Mr. Da Costa's visit here today. You were observed following him, so we brought him in the hope that you would come also. The message he received was a code word designed to trigger an automatic response planted in his mind. He came directly here, controlled by the post-hypnotic suggestion. But the note, he exclaimed. A simple matter. It was written on a material made entirely of separate molecules. A small charge of energy held them together for a brief period of time. The charge leaked out and the material merely separated into its constituent molecules. The utter impossibility of the situation was striking home. The evidences of a superior culture were unmistakable. These people were his. Aliens, Mr. Dahlgren, I suppose you could call us that. Yes, I can read your mind quite clearly. That is why you are here today. A thought receiver in Arthur Da Costa's study informed us of your suspicions when you first walked in. We have been following you ever since, arranging your visit here. I'll tell you what I can, Mr. Dahlgren. We are not of Earth, in fact, we come from beyond your solar system. This office is, to be very frank, the outpatient ward of a sanitarium. Sanitarium, Brent shouted. This is the office only, then where is the sanitarium? The girl twirled her pencil slowly, her piercing stare seeming to penetrate his eyes into his brain. The entire Earth is our sanitarium. Mixed in with your population are a great number of our mentally ill. The floor seemed to tilt under Brent's feet. He clutched the edge of the desk. Then Da Costa must be one of your outpatients. Is he insane? The girl spoke quietly. Not insane in the strictest sense of the word. He is congenitally feeble-minded. His case is incurable. Brent thought of the brilliant Da Costa as a moron, and the inference shook his mind. That means that the average IQ of your race must be beyond your powers of comprehension, she said. To your people, Da Costa is normal, really far above average. On his home planet, he was not bright enough to take his place in that highly integrated society. He became a ward of the state. His body was altered to be an exact duplicate of Homo sapiens. We gave him a new body and a new personality, but we could not change his basic intelligence. That is why he is here on Earth. A square peg in a square hole. Da Costa spent his childhood on his home planet, living in an alien environment. These first impressions drive deep into the subconscious, you know. His new personality has no awareness of them, but they are there nonetheless. When he is painting, these same impressions bypass his conscious mind and operate directly on his thalamus. It takes a keen eye to detect their effect on the final work. May I congratulate you, Mr. Dahlgren? Brent smiled ruefully. I'm a little sorry now that I did. What are your plans for me? I imagine they don't include a return to my earthly asylum. The girl folded her hands in her lap. She looked down at them as if not wanting to look Brent in the eye when she made her next statement. However, he wasn't waiting for it. If he could overpower the girl, he might find the elevator control. Any chance was worth taking. He tensed his muscles and jumped. A wave of pain swept through his body. Another mind, strong beyond comparison, was controlling his body. Every muscle jerked with spasmodic activity, halting his plunge in midair. Crashing to the desk, he lay unmoving. Every muscle ached with the fierce alien control. The redhead looked up, eyes blazing with the strength she had so suddenly revealed. Never underestimate your opponent, Brent Dahlgren. I adopted the earthly form of a woman for just this reason. So I find your people much easier to handle. They never suspect that I am more than what they see. I will release your mind from my control, but please don't force me to resume it." Brent sank to the floor, his heart pumping wildly, his body vibrating from the unnatural spasm. "I am the director of this sanitarium, so you see I have no desire to have our work exposed to the prying eyes of your government. I shall have to have you disposed of." Brent controlled his breathing enough to allow him to speak. "You intend to kill me then?" "Not at all, Mr. Dalgreen. Our philosophy forbids killing except for the most humane reasons. Your physical body will be changed to conform to the environment of another of our sanitarium planets. We will of course remove all the radiation damage. You can look forward to a long and interesting life. If you agree to cooperate, you will be allowed to keep your present personality." "What kind of a planet is it?" Brent asked hurriedly. He realized from the girl's tones that the interview was almost at an end. "Quite different from this one. It is a very dense planet with a chlorine atmosphere." She pressed a stud on her desk and turned back to her typewriter. Brent had a last ragged thought as unconsciousness overcame him. He was going to live and work, and there must be some fine greens to paint on a chlorine planet. Navy Day, General Wingrove looked at the rows of faces without seeing them. His vision went beyond the Congress of the United States, past the balmy June day to another day that was coming. A day when the army would have its destined place of authority. He drew a deep breath and delivered what was perhaps the shortest speech ever heard in the hallowed halls of Congress. "The General Staff of the U.S. Army requests Congress to abolish the archaic branch of the armed forces known as the U.S. Navy." The aging senator from Georgia checked his hearing aid to see if it was in operating order, while the press box emptied itself in one concerted rush, and a clatter of running feet that died off in the direction of the telephone room. A buzz of excited comment ran through the giant chamber. One by one, the heads turned to face the naval section, where rows of blue figures stirred and buzzed like smoked-out bees. The knot of men around a paunchy figure heavy with gold braid broke up, and Admiral Fitzjames climbed slowly to his feet. Lesser men have quailed before that piercing stare, but General Wingrove was never the lesser man. The Admiral tossed his head with disgust, every line of his body denoting outraged dignity. He turned to his audience, a small pulse beating in his forehead. "I cannot comprehend the General's attitude, nor can I understand why he has attacked the Navy in this unwarranted fashion. The Navy has existed and will always exist as the first barrier of American defense. I ask you, gentlemen, to ignore this request as you would ignore the statements of any person slightly demented. I should like to offer a recommendation that the General's sanity be investigated and an inquiry be made as to the mental health of anyone else connected with this preposterous proposal." The General smiled calmly. "I understand, Admiral, and really don't blame you for being slightly annoyed. But please let us not bring this issue of national importance down to a shallow personal level. The Army has facts to back up this request. Facts that shall be demonstrated tomorrow morning." Turning his back on the raging Admiral, General Wingrove included all the assembled Solons in one sweeping gesture. "Reserve your judgment until that time, gentlemen. Make no hasty judgments until you have seen the force of argument with which we back up our request. It is the end of an era. In the morning, the Navy joins its fellow fossils, the dodo and the brontosaurus." The Admiral's blood pressure mounted to a new record, and the gentle thud of his unconscious body striking the floor was the only sound to break the shocked silence of the giant hall. The early morning sun warmed the white marble of the Jefferson Memorial and glinted from the soldiers' helmets and the roofs of the packed cars that crowded forward in a slow-moving stream. All the gentlemen of Congress were there, the passage of their cars cleared by the screaming sirens of motorcycle policemen. Around and under the wheels of the official cars pressed a solid wave of government workers and common citizens of the capital city. The trucks of the radio and television services pressed close, microphones and cameras extended. The stage was set for a great day. Neat rows of olive drab vehicles curved along the water's edge. jeeps and half-tracks shouldered close by weapons carriers and 6 spies, all of them shrinking to insignificance beside the looming patterned tanks. A speaker's platform was set up in the center of the line near the audience. At precisely 10 a.m., General Wingrove stepped forward and scowled at the crowd until they settled into an uncomfortable silence. His speech was short and consisted of nothing more than amplifications of his opening statement that actions speak louder than words. He pointed to the first truck in line, a 2.5-ton filled with an infantry squad sitting stiffly at attention. The driver caught the signal and kicked the engine into life. With a grind of gears, it moved forward toward the river's edge. There was an indrawn gasp from the crowd as the front wheels ground over the marble parapet. Then the truck was plunging down toward the muddy waters of the Potomac. The wheels touched the water and the surface seemed to sink while taking on a strange, glassy character. The truck roared into high gear and rode forward on the surface of the water surrounded by a saucer-shaped depression. It parked 200 yards offshore and the soldiers, goaded by the sergeant's bark, leapt out and lined up with a showy present arms. The general returned the salute and waved to the remaining vehicles. They moved forward in a series of maneuvers that indicated a great number of rehearsal hours on some hidden pond. The tanks rumbled slowly over the water while the jeeps cut back and forth through their lines in intricate patterns. The trucks backed and turned like puffing ballerinas. The audience was rooted in a hushed silence, their eyeballs bulging. They continued to watch the amazing display as General Wingrove spoke again. You see before you a typical example of Army ingenuity developed in Army laboratories. These motor units are supported on the surface of the water by an intensifying of the surface tension in their immediate area. Their weight is evenly distributed over the surface, causing the shallow depressions you see around them. This remarkable feat has been accomplished by the use of the Dornifier, a remarkable invention that is named after that brilliant scientist Colonel Robert A. Dorn, commander of the Brook Point Experimental Laboratory. It was there that one of the civilian employees discovered the Dorn effect, under the colonel's constant guidance, of course. Utilizing this invention, the Army now becomes master of the sea as well as the land. Army convoys of trucks and tanks can blanket the world. The surface of the water is our highway, our motor park, our battleground, the airfield and runway for our planes. Mechanics were pushing a shooting star onto the water. They stepped clear as flame gushed from the tailpipe. With the familiar whooshing rumble, it sped down the Potomac and hurled itself into the air. When this cheap and simple method of crossing oceans is adopted, it will of course mean the end of that fantastic medieval anachronism, the Navy. No need for billion-dollar aircraft carriers, battleships, dry docks, and all the other cumbersome junk that keeps those boats and things afloat. Give the taxpayer back his hard-earned dollar. Teeth grated in the naval section as carriers and battleships were called boats, and the rest of America's sea might lumped under the casual heading of things. Lips were curled at the transparent appeal to the taxpayer's pocketbook, but with leaden hearts they knew that all this justified wrath and contempt would avail them nothing. This was Army Day with a vengeance, and the doom of the Navy seemed inescapable. The Army had made elaborate plans for what they called Operation Sinker. Even as the general spoke, the publicity mills ground into high gear. From coast to coast, the citizens absorbed the news with their morning nourishment. Agnes, you hear what the radio said. The Army's gonna give a trip around the world in a B-36 as first prize in this limerick contest. All you have to do is fill in the last line and mail one copy to the Pentagon and the other to the Navy. The naval mail room had standing orders to burn all the limericks when they came in, but some of the newer men seemed to think the entire thing was a big joke. Commander Bullman found one in the mess hall. The Army will always be there, on the land, on the sea, in the air. So why should the Navy take all of the gravy, to which a seagoing scribe had added, and not give us ensigns our share? The newspapers were filled daily with photographs of mighty B-36s landing on Lake Erie and grinning soldiers making mock beachhead attacks on Kenai Island. Each man wore a buzzing black box at his waist and walked on the bosom of the now quiet Atlantic like a biblical prophet. Radio and television also carried the thousands of news releases that poured in an unending flow from the Pentagon building. Cards, letters, telegrams, and packages descended on Washington in an overwhelming torrent. The Navy Department was the unhappy recipient of deprecatory letters and a vast quantity of little cardboard battleships. The people spoke and their representatives listened closely. This was an election year. There didn't seem to be much doubt as to the decision, particularly when the reduction in the budget was considered. It took Congress only 2 months to make up its collective mind. The people were all pro-army. The novelty of the idea had fired their imaginations. They were about to take the final vote in the lower house. If the amendment passed, it would go to the states for ratification, and their votes were certain to follow that of Congress. The Navy had fought a last-ditch battle to no avail. The balloting was going to be pretty much of a sure thing. The wet water Navy would soon become ancient history. For some reason, the admirals didn't look as unhappy as they should. The Naval Department had requested one last opportunity to address the Congress. Congress had patronizingly granted permission, for even the doomed man is allowed one last speech. Admiral Fitzjames, who had recovered from his choleric attack, was the appointed speaker. Gentlemen of the Congress of the United States, we in the Navy have a fighting tradition. We damn the torpedoes and sail straight ahead into the enemy's fire if that is necessary. We have been stabbed in the back. We have suffered a second Pearl Harbor sneak attack. The Army relinquished its rights to fair treatment with this attack. Therefore, we are counterattacking. Worn out by his attacking and mixed metaphors, the Admiral mopped his brow. Our laboratories have been working night and day on the perfection of a device we hoped we would never be forced to use. It is now in operation. Having passed the final trials a few days ago, the significance of this device cannot be underestimated. We are so positive of its importance that we are demanding that the Army be abolished. He waved his hand toward the window and bellowed one word. Look, everyone looked. They blinked and looked again. They rubbed their eyes and kept looking. Sailing majestically up the middle of Constitution Avenue was the battleship Missouri. The Admiral's voice rang through the room like a trumpet of victory. The Mark I Debinder, as you see, temporarily lessens the binding energies that hold molecules of solid matter together. Solids become liquids, and a ship equipped with this device can sail anywhere in the world, on sea or land. Take your vote, gentlemen. The world awaits your decision. The velvet glove, the velvet glove. John Vennex fitted the key into the hotel room door. He had asked for a large room, the largest in the hotel, and paid the desk clerk extra for it. All he could do now was pray that he hadn't been cheated. He didn't dare complain or try to get his money back. He heaved a sigh of relief as the door swung open. It was bigger than he had expected, fully 3 feet wide by 5 feet long. There was more than enough room to work in. He would have his leg off in a jiffy, and by morning his limp would be gone. There was the usual adjustable hook on the back wall. He slipped it through the recessed ring in the back of his neck and kicked himself up until his feet hung free of the floor. His legs relaxed with a rattle as he cut off all power from his waist down. The overworked leg motor would have to cool down before he could work on it, plenty of time to skim through the newspaper. With the chronic worry of the unemployed, he snapped it open at the want-ads and ran his eye down the help wanted robot column. There was nothing for him under the specialist heading. Even the unskilled labor listings were bare and unpromising. New York was a bad town for robots this year. The want-ads were just as depressing as usual, but he could always get a lift from the comic section. He even had a favorite strip, a fact that he scarcely dared mention to himself. Ratley Robot, the dull-witted mechanical clod who was continually falling over himself and getting into trouble. It was a repellent caricature, but could still be very funny. John was just starting to read it when the ceiling light went out. It was 10 p.m., curfew hour for robots. Lights out and lock yourself in until 6 in the morning, 8 hours of boredom and darkness for all except the few night workers. But there were ways of getting around the letter of a law that didn't concern itself with a definition of visible light. Sliding aside some of the shielding around his atomic generator, John turned up the gain. As it began to run a little hot, the heat waves streamed out, visible to him as infrared rays. He finished reading the paper in the warm, clear light of his abdomen. The thermocouple in the tip of his second finger left hand, he tested the temperature of his leg. It was soon cool enough to work on. The waterproof gasket stripped off easily, exposing the power leads, nerve wires and the weakened knee joint. The wires disconnected, John unscrewed the knee above the joint and carefully placed it on the shelf in front of him. With loving care, he took the replacement part from his hip pouch. It was the product of toil, purchased with his savings from 3 months' employment on the Jersey pig farm. John was standing on one leg testing the new knee joint when the ceiling fluorescent flickered and came back on. 5:30 already. He had just finished in time. A shot of oil on the new bearing completed the job. He stowed away the tools in the pouch and unlocked the door. The unused elevator shaft acted as waste chute. He slipped his newspaper through a slot in the door as he went by. Keeping close to the wall, he picked his way carefully down the grease-stained stairs. He slowed his pace at the 17th floor as 2 other mechs turned in ahead of him. They were obviously butchers or meat cutters. Where the right hand should have been on each of them, there stuck out a wicked, foot-long knife. As they approached the foot of the stairs, they stopped to slip the knives into the plastic sheaths that were bolted to their chest plates. John followed them down the ramp into the lobby. The room was filled to capacity with robots of all sizes, forms, and colors. John Venex's greater height enabled him to see over their heads to the glass doors that opened onto the street. It had rained the night before, and the rising sun drove red glints from the puddles on the sidewalk. 3 robots, painted snow white to show they were night workers, pushed the doors open and came in. No one went out as the curfew hadn't ended yet. They milled around, slowly talking in low voices. The only human being in the entire lobby was the night clerk dozing behind the counter. The clock over his head said 5 minutes to 6. Shifting his glance from the clock, John became aware of a squat black robot waving to attract his attention. The powerful arms and compact build identified him as a member of the Daija family, one of the most numerous groups. He pushed through the crowd and clapped John on the back with a resounding clang. "John Venex, I knew it was you as soon as I saw you sticking up out of this crowd like a green tree trunk. I haven't seen you since the old days on Venus." John didn't need to check the number stamped on the short one scratched chest plate. Alec Daija had been his only close friend during those 13 boring years at Orange Sea Camp. A good chess player and a whiz at two-handed handball. They had spent all their off time together. They shook hands with the extra squeeze that means friendliness. "Alec, you beat up little grease pot. What brings you to New York?" "The burning desire to see something besides rain and jungle, if you must know. After you bought out, things got just too damn dull. I began working 2 shifts a day in that foul diamond mine, and then 3 a day for the last month to get enough credits to buy my contract and passage back to Earth. I was underground so long that the photocell on my right eye burned out when the sunlight hit it." He leaned forward with a hoarse, confidential whisper. "If you want to know the truth, I had a 60-carat diamond stuck behind the eye lens. I sold it here on Earth for 200 credits, gave me 6 months of easy living. It's all gone now, so I'm on my way to the employment exchange." His voice boomed loud again. "And how about you?" John Venex chuckled at his friend's frank approach to life. "It's just been the old routine with me, a run of odd jobs until I got sideswiped by a bus. It fractured my knee bearing. The only job I could get with a bad leg was feeding slops to pigs, earned enough to fix the knee, and here I am." Alec jerked his thumb at a rust-colored 3-foot-tall robot that had come up quietly beside him. "If you think you've got trouble, take a look at Dick here. That's no coat of paint on him. Dick Dreyer, meet John Venex, an old buddy of mine." John bent over to shake the little mech's hand. His eye shutters dilated as he realized what he had thought was a coat of paint was a thin layer of rust that coated Dick's metal body. Alec scratched a shiny path in the rust with his fingertip. His voice was suddenly serious. Dick was designed for operation in the Martian desert. It's as dry as a fossil bone there, so his skinflint company cut corners on the stainless steel. When they went bankrupt, he was sold to a firm here in the city. So after a while, the rust started to eat in and slow him down. They gave Dick his contract and threw him out. The small robot spoke for the first time. His voice grated and scratched. "Nobody will hire me like this, but I can't get repaired until I get a job." His arms squeaked and grated as he moved them. "I'm going by the robot-free clinic again today. They said they might be able to do something." Alec Diger rumbled in his deep chest. "Don't put too much faith in those people. They're great at giving out 10th credit oil capsules or a little free wire, but don't depend on them for anything important." It was 6 now. The robots were pushing through the doors into the silent streets. They joined the crowd moving out, John slowing his stride so his shorter friends could keep pace. Dick Dreyer moved with a jerking, irregular motion, his voice as uneven as the motion of his body. "John Venex, I don't recognize your family name. Something to do with Venus, perhaps?" "Venus is right, Venus Experimental. There are only 22 of us in the family. We have waterproof pressure-resistant bodies for working down on the ocean bottom. The basic idea was all right, we did our part, only there wasn't enough money in the channel dredging contract to keep us all working. I bought out my original contract at half price and became a free robot." Dick vibrated his rusted diaphragm. "Being free isn't all it should be. I sometimes wish the Robot Equality Act hadn't been passed. I would just love to be owned by a nice rich company with a machine shop and a mountain of replacement parts." "You don't really mean that, Dick?" Alec Diger clamped a heavy black arm across his shoulders. "Things aren't perfect now, we know that, but it's certainly a lot better than the old days. We were just hunks of machinery then, used 24 hours a day until we were worn out and then thrown in the junk pile. No thanks, I'll take my chances with things as they are." John and Alec turned into the employment exchange, saying goodbye to Dick, who went on slowly down the street. They pushed up the crowded ramp and joined the line in front of the registration desk. The bulletin board next to the desk held a scattering of white slips announcing job openings. A clerk was pinning up new additions. Venex scanned them with his eyes, stopping at one circled in red. "Robots needed in these categories. Apply at once to Change It Limited. 1219 Broadway. Fasten flyer atomal filmer." Venex John rapped excitedly on Alec Diger's neck. "Look there, a job in my own specialty. I can get my old pay rate. See you back at the hotel tonight and good luck in your job hunting." Alec waved goodbye. "Let's hope the job's as good as you think. I never trust those things until I have my credits in my hand." John walked quickly from the employment exchange, his long legs eating up the blocks. Good old Alec, he didn't believe in anything he couldn't touch. Perhaps he was right, but why try to be unhappy? The world wasn't too bad this morning. His leg worked fine, prospects of a good job. He hadn't felt this cheerful since the day he was activated. Turning the corner at a brisk pace, he collided with a man coming from the opposite direction. John had stopped on the instant, but there wasn't time to jump aside. The OB's individual jarred against him and fell to the ground. From the height of elation to the depths of despair in an instant, he had injured a human being. He bent to help the man to his feet, but the other would have none of that. He evaded the friendly hand and screeched in a high-pitched voice. "Officer, officer, police, help, I've been attacked, a mad robot, help." A crowd was gathering, staying at a respectful distance, but making an angry muttering noise. John stood motionless, his head reeling at the enormity of what he had done. A policeman pushed his way through the crowd. "Seize him, officer, shoot him down, he struck me, almost killed me." The man shook with rage, his words thickening to a senseless babble. The policeman had his .75 recoilless revolver out and pressed against John's side. "This man has charged you with a serious crime, grease can. I'm taking you into the station house to talk about it." He looked around nervously, waving his gun to open a path through the tightly packed crowd. They moved back grudgingly with murmurs of disapproval. John's thoughts swirled in tight circles. How did a catastrophe like this happen? Where was it going to end? He didn't dare tell the truth. That would mean he was calling the man a liar. There had been 6 robots power-lined in the city since the first of the year. If he dared speak in his own defense, there would be a jumper to the street lighting circuit and a 7th burnt-out Hulk in the police morgue. A feeling of resignation swept through him. There was no way out. If the man pressed charges, it would mean a term of penal servitude, though it looked now as if he would never live to reach the court. The papers had been whipping up a lot of anti-robe feeling. You could feel it behind the angry voices, see it in the narrowed eyes and clenched fists. The crowd was slowly changing into a mob, a mindless mob as yet, but capable of turning on him at any moment. What's going on here? It was a booming voice with a quality that dragged at the attention of the crowd. A giant cross-continent freighter was parked at the curb. The driver swung down from the cab and pushed his way through the people. The policeman shifted his gun as the man strode up to him. "That's my robot you got there, Jack. Don't put any holes in him." He turned on the man who had been shouting accusations. "Fatty here is the world's biggest liar. The robot was standing here waiting for me to park the truck. Fatty must be as blind as he is stupid. I saw the whole thing." He knocks himself down walking into the robe, then starts hollering for the cops. The other man could take no more. His face crimson with anger, he rushed toward the trucker, his fists swinging in ungainly circles. They never landed. The truck driver put a meaty hand on the other's face and seated him on the sidewalk for the second time. The onlookers roared with laughter. The power lining and the robot were forgotten. The fight was between 2 men now. The original cause had slipped from their minds. Even the policeman allowed himself a small smile as he holstered his gun and stepped forward to separate the men. The trucker turned towards John with a scowl. "Come on you aboard the truck. You've caused me enough trouble for one day. What a junk can." The crowd chuckled as he pushed John ahead of him into the truck and slammed the door behind them. Jamming the starter with his thumb, he gunned the thunderous diesels into life and pulled out into the traffic. John moved his jaw, but there were no words to come out. Why had this total stranger helped him? What could he say to show his appreciation? He knew that all humans weren't robe haters. Why it was even rumored that some humans treated robots as equals instead of machines. The driver must be one of these mythical individuals. There was no other way to explain his actions. Driving carefully with one hand, the man reached up behind the dash and drew out a thin, plasticoid booklet. He handed it to John, who quickly scanned the title, Robot Slaves in a World Economy by Philpott Asimov Roman II. "If you're caught reading that thing, they'll execute you on the spot. Better stick it between the insulation on your generator. You can always burn it if you're picked up. Read it when you're alone. It's got a lot of things in it that you know nothing about." Robots aren't really inferior to humans. In fact, they are superior in most things. There is even a little history in there to show that robots aren't the first ones to be treated as second-class citizens. You may find it a little hard to believe, but human beings once treated each other just the way they treat robots now. That's one of the reasons I'm active in this movement, sort of like the fellow who was burned helping others stay away from the fire. He smiled a warm, friendly smile in John's direction, the whiteness of his teeth standing out against the rich ebony brown of his features. "I'm heading towards US1. Can I drop you anywheres on the way? The Chainjet building, please. I'm applying for a job." They rode the rest of the way in silence. Before he opened the door, the driver shook hands with John. "Sorry about calling you junk can, but the crowd expected it." He didn't look back as he drove away. John had to wait a half hour for his turn, but the receptionist finally signaled him towards the door of the interviewer's room. He stepped in quickly and turned to face the man seated at the transplastic desk, an upset little man with permanent worry wrinkles stamped in his forehead. The little man shoved the papers on the desk around angrily, occasionally making crabbed little notes on the margins. He flashed a bird-like glance up at John. Yes, be quick. What is it you want? You posted a help wanted notice." The man cut him off with a wave of his hand. "All right, let me see your ID tag quickly, there are others waiting." John thumbed the tag out of his waist slot and handed it across the desk. The interviewer read the code number, then began running his finger down a long list of similar figures. He stopped suddenly and looked sideways at John from under his lowered lids. "You have made a mistake. We have no opening for you." John began to explain to the man that the notice had requested his specialty, but he was waved to silence. As the interviewer handed back the tag, he slipped a card out from under the desk blotter and held it in front of John's eyes. He held it there for only an instant, knowing that the written message was recorded instantly by the robot's photographic vision and eidetic memory. The card dropped into the ash tray and flared into embers at the touch of the man's pencil heater. John stuffed the ID tag back into the slot and read over the message on the card as he walked down the stairs to the street. There were 6 lines of typewritten copy with no signature. To Venex Robot, you are urgently needed on a top-secret company project. There are suspected informers in the main office, so you are being hired in this unusual manner. Go at once to 787 Washington Street and ask for Mr. Coleman. John felt an immense sensation of relief. For a moment there, he was sure the job had been a false lead. He saw nothing unusual in the method of hiring. The big corporations were immensely jealous of their research discoveries and went to great lengths to keep them secret, at the same time resorting to any means to ferret out their business rivals' secrets. There might still be a chance to get this job. The burly bulk of a lifter was moving back and forth in the gloom of the ancient warehouse, stacking crates in ceiling-high rows. John called to him. The robot swung up his forklift and rolled over on noiseless tires. When John questioned him, he indicated a stairwell against the rear wall. Mr. Coleman's office is down in back. The door is marked. The lifter put his fingertips against John's ear pickups and lowered his voice to the merest shadow of a whisper. It would have been inaudible to human ears, but John could hear him easily, the sounds being carried through the metal of the other's body. He's the meanest man you ever met. He hates robots, so be ever so polite. If you can use sir 5 times in one sentence, you're perfectly safe. John swept the shutter over one eye tube in a conspiratorial wink. The large Mech did the same as he rolled away. John turned and went down the dusty stairwell and knocked gently on Mr. Coleman's door. Coleman was a plump little individual in a conservative purple and yellow business suit. He kept glancing from John to the robot general catalogue, checking the Venex specifications listed there. Seemingly satisfied, he slammed the book shut. Gimme your tag and back against that wall to get measured. John laid his ID tag on the desk and stepped towards the wall. Yes, sir, here it is, sir. 2, sir, on that one, not bad for the first sentence. He wondered idly if he could put 5 of them in one sentence without the man knowing he was being made a fool of. He became aware of the danger an instant too late. The current surged through the powerful electromagnet behind the plaster, flattening his metal body helplessly against the wall. Coleman was almost dancing with glee. We got him, Druce. He's mashed flatter than a stinking tin can on a rock, can't move a motor. Bring that junk in here and let's get him ready. Druce had a mechanic's coveralls on over his street suit and a toolbox slung under one arm. He carried a little black metal can at arm's length. Trying to get as far from it as possible, Coleman shouted at him with annoyance. That bomb can't go off until it's armed. Stop acting like a child. Put it on that grease can's leg and quick. Grumbling under his breath, Druce spot-welded the metal flanges of the bomb onto John's leg a few inches above his knee. Coleman tugged at it to be certain it was secure, then twisted a knob in the side and pulled out a glistening length of pin. There was a cold little click from inside the mechanism as it armed itself. John could do nothing except watch. Even his vocal diaphragm was locked by the magnetic field. He had more than a suspicion, however, that he was involved in something other than a secret business deal. He cursed his own stupidity for walking blindly into the situation. The magnetic field cut off and he instantly raised his extensor motors to leap forward. Coleman took a plastic box out of his pocket and held his thumb over a switch inset into its top. Don't make any quick moves, junkyard. This little transmitter is keyed to a receiver in that bomb on your leg. One touch of my thumb, up you go in a cloud of smoke and come down in a shower of nuts and bolts. He signaled to Druce, who opened a closet door, and in case you want to be heroic, just think of him. Coleman jerked his thumb at the sodden shape on the floor, a filthily attired man of indistinguishable age, whose only interesting feature was the black bomb strapped tightly across his chest. He peered unseeingly from red-rimmed eyes and raised the almost empty whiskey bottle to his mouth. Coleman kicked the door shut. He's just some Bowery bum we dragged in Venex, but that doesn't make any difference to you, does it? He's human and a robot can't kill anybody. That rummy has a bomb on him tuned to the same frequency as yours. If you don't play ball with us, he gets a 2-foot hole blown in his chest. Coleman was right. John didn't dare make any false moves. All of his early mental training, as well as Circuit 92 sealed inside his brain case, would prevent him from harming a human being. He felt trapped, caught by these people for some unknown purpose. Coleman had pushed back a tarpaulin to disclose a ragged hole in the concrete floor. The opening extended into the earth below. He waved John over. The tunnel is in good shape for about 30 feet, then you'll find a fall. Clean all the rock and dirt out until you break through into the storm sewer, then come back. And you better be alone. If you tip the cops, both you and the old stew go out together. Now move. The shaft had been dug recently and shored with packing crates from the warehouse overhead. It ended abruptly in a wall of fresh sand and stone. John began shoveling it into the little wheelbarrow they had given him. He had emptied 4 barrow loads and was filling the 5th when he uncovered the hand, a robot's hand made of green metal. He turned his headlight power up and examined the hand closely. There could be no doubt about it. These gaskets on the joints, the rivet pattern at the base of the thumb meant only one thing. It was the dismembered hand of a Venex robot. Quickly yet gently, he shoveled away the rubble behind the hand and unearthed the rest of the robot. The torso was crushed and the power circuits shorted. Battery acid was dripping from an ugly rent in the side. With infinite care, John snapped the few remaining wires that joined the neck to the body and laid the green head on the barrow. It stared at him like a skull, the shutters completely dilated, but no glow of life from the tubes behind them. He was scraping the mud from the number on the battered chest plate when Druce lowered himself into the tunnel and flashed the brilliant beam of a hand spot down its length. Stop playing with that junk and get digging, or you'll end up the same as him. This tunnel has got to be through by tonight. John put the dismembered parts on the barrow with the sand and rock and pushed the whole load back up the tunnel, his thoughts running in unhappy circles. A dead robot was a terrible thing, and one of his family too. But there was something wrong about this robot, something that was quite inexplicable. The number on the plate had been 17, yet he remembered only too well the day that a water-shorted motor had killed Venex 17 in the Orange Sea. It took John 4 hours to drive the tunnel as far as the ancient granite wall of the storm sewer. Druce gave him a short pinch bar, and he levered out enough of the big blocks to make a hole large enough to let him through into the sewer. When he climbed back into the office, he tried to look casual as he dropped the pinch bar to the floor by his feet and seated himself on the pile of rubble in the corner. He moved around to make a comfortable seat for himself, and his fingers grabbed the severed neck of Venex 17. Coleman swiveled around in his chair and squinted at the wall clock. He checked the time against his tie-pin watch. With a grunt of satisfaction, he turned back and stabbed a finger at John. "Listen, you green junk pile, at 1900 hours you're going to do a job and there aren't going to be any slip-ups. You go down that sewer and into the Hudson River. The outlet is underwater, so you won't be seen from the docks. Climb down to the bottom and walk 200 yards north. That should put you just under a ship. Keep your eyes open but don't show any lights. About halfway down the keel of the ship you'll find a chain hanging. Climb the chain. Pull loose the box that's fastened to the hull at the top and bring it back here. No mistakes or you know what happens." John nodded his head. His busy fingers had been separating the wires in the amputated neck. When they had been straightened and put into a row, he memorized their order with one flashing glance. He ran over the color code in his mind and compared it with the memorized leads. The 12th wire was the main cranial power lead. Number 6 was the return wire. With his precise touch, he separated these two from the pack and glanced idly around the room. Druce was dozing on a chair in the opposite corner. Coleman was talking on the phone, his voice occasionally rising in a petulant whine. This wasn't interfering with his attention to John, and the radio switch still held tightly in left hand. John's body blocked Coleman's vision. As long as Druce stayed asleep, he would be able to work on the head unobserved. He activated a relay in his forearm and there was a click as the waterproof cover on an exterior socket swung open. This was a power outlet from his battery that was used to operate motorized tools and lights underwater. If Venek's 17 head had been severed for less than 3 weeks, he could reactivate it. Every robot had a small storage battery inside his skull. If the power to the brain was cut off, the battery would provide the minimum standby current to keep the brain alive. The robe would be unconscious until full power was restored. John plugged the wires into his arm outlet and slowly raised the current to operating level. There was a tense moment of waiting, then 17 eye shutters suddenly closed. When they opened again, the eye tubes were glowing warmly. They swept the room with one glance, then focused on John. The right shutter clicked shut while the other began opening and closing in rapid fashion. It was international code being sent as fast as the solenoid could be operated. John concentrated on the message. Telephone call emergency operator, tell her signal 14 help. Will the shutter stopped in the middle of a code group, the light of reason dying from the eyes. For one instant John's heart leaped in panic until he realized that 17 had deliberately cut the power. Druce's harsh voice rasped in his ear. What you doing with that? None of your funny robot tricks. I know you're kind, plotting all kinds of things in them tin domes. His voice trailed off into a stream of incomprehensible profanity. With sudden spite, he lashed his foot out and sent 17 head crashing against the wall. The dented, green head rolled to a stop at John's feet, the face staring up at him in mute agony. It was only Circuit 92 that prevented him from injuring a human. As his motors revved up to send him hurtling forward, the control relays clicked open. He sank against the debris, paralyzed for the instant. As soon as the rush of anger was gone, he would regain control of his body. They stood as if frozen in a tableau. The robot slumped backward, the man leaning forward, his face twisted with unreasoning hatred. The head lay between them like a symbol of death. Coleman's voice cut through the air of tenseness like a knife. Druce, stop playing with the grease can and get down to the main door to let little Willie and his junk brokers in. You can have it all to yourself afterward. The angry man turned reluctantly but pushed out of the door at Coleman's annoyed growl. John sat down against the wall, his mind sorting out the few facts with lightning precision. There was no room in his thoughts for Druce. The man had become just one more factor in a complex problem. Call the emergency operator. That meant this was no local matter. Responsible authorities must be involved. Only the government could be behind a thing as major as this. Signal 14 that inferred a complex set of arrangements, forces that could swing into action at a moment's notice. There was no indication where this might lead, but the only thing to do was to get out of here and make that phone call. And quick. Druce was bringing in more people, junk brokers, whatever they were. Any action that he took would have to be done before they returned. Even as John followed this train of logic, his fingers were busy. Palming a wrench, he was swiftly loosening the main retaining nut on his hip joint. It dropped free in his hand, only the pivot pin remained now to hold his leg on. He climbed slowly to his feet and moved towards Coleman's desk. Mr. Coleman, sir, it's time to go down to the ship now. Should I leave now, sir? John spoke the words slowly as he walked forward, apparently going to the door, but angling at the same time towards the plump man's desk. You got 30 minutes yet, go sit, say. The words were cut off. Fast as a human reflex is, it is the barest crawl compared to the lightning action of electronic reflex. At the instant Coleman was first aware of John's motion, the robot had finished his leap and lay sprawled across the desk, his leg off at the hip and clutched in his hand. You'll kill yourself if you touch the button. The words were part of the calculated plans. John bellowed them in the startled man's ear as he stuffed the dismembered leg down the front of the man's baggy slacks. It had the desired effect. Coleman's finger stabbed at the button but stopped before it made contact. He stared down with bulging eyes at the little black box of death peeping out of his waistband. John hadn't waited for the reaction. He pushed backward from the desk and stopped to grab the stolen pinch bar off the floor. A mighty one-legged leap brought him to the locked closet. He stabbed the bar into the space between the door and frame and heaved. Coleman was just starting to struggle the bomb out of his pants when the action was over. The closet opened, John seized the heavy strap holding the second bomb on the rummy's chest and snapped it like a thread. He threw the bomb into Coleman's corner, giving the man one more thing to worry about. It had cost him a leg, but John had escaped the bomb threat without injuring a human. Now he had to get to a phone and make that calls. Coleman stopped tugging at the bomb and plunged his hand into the desk drawer for a gun. The returning men would block the door soon. The only other exit from the room was a frosted glass window that opened onto the mammoth bay of the warehouse. John Vennex plunged through the window in a welter of flying glass. The heavy thud of a recoilless 75 came from the room behind him, and a foot-long section of metal window frame leaped outward. Another slug screamed by the robot's head as he scrambled toward the rear door of the warehouse. He was a bare 30 feet away from the back entrance when the giant door hissed shut on silent rollers. All the doors would have closed at the same time. The thud of running feet indicated that they would be guarded as well. John hopped a section of packing cases and crouched out of sight. He looked up over his head. There stretched a webbing of steel supports, crossing and recrossing until they joined the flat expanse of the roof. To human eyes, the shadows there deepened into obscurity, but the infrared from a network of steam pipes gave John all the illumination he needed. The men would be quartering the floor of the warehouse soon. His only chance to escape recapture or death would be over their heads. Besides this, he was hampered by the loss of his leg. In the rafters, he could use his arms for faster and easier travel. John was just pulling himself up to one of the topmost cross beams when a hoarse shout from below was followed by a stream of bullets. They tore through the thin roof. One slug clanged off the steel beam under his body. Waiting until 3 of the newcomers had started up a nearby ladder, John began to quietly work his way towards the back of the building. Safe for the moment, he took stock of his position. The men were spread out through the building. It could only be a matter of time before they found him. The doors were all locked, and he had made a complete circuit of the building to be sure. There were no windows that he could force. The windows were bolted as well. If he could call the emergency operator, the unknown friends of Vennex 17 might come to his aid. This, however, was out of the question. The only phone in the building was on Coleman's desk. He had traced the leads to make sure. His eyes went automatically to the cables above his head. Plastic gaskets were set in the wall of the building. Through them came the power and phone lines. The phone line, that was all he needed to make a call. With smooth, fast motions, he reached up and scratched a section of wire bare. He laughed to himself as he slipped the little microphone out of his left ear. Now he was half deaf as well as half lame. He was literally giving himself to this cause. He would have to remember the pun to tell Alec Dijja later if there was a later. Alec had a profound weakness for puns. John attached jumpers to the mic and connected them to the bare wire. A touch of the ammeter showed that no one was on the line. He waited a few moments to be sure he had a dial tone, then sent the 11 carefully spaced pulses that would connect him with the local operator. He placed the mic close to his mouth. Hello, operator, I cannot hear you, so do not answer. Call the emergency operator, signal 14. I repeat, signal 14. John kept repeating the message until the searching men began to approach his position. He left the mic connected. The men wouldn't notice it in the dark, but the open line would give the unknown powers his exact location. Using his fingertips, he did a careful traverse on an I-beam to an alcove in the farthest corner of the room. Escape was impossible. All he could do was stall for time. Mr. Coleman, I'm sorry I ran away. With the volume on full, his voice rolled like thunder from the echoing walls. He could see the men below twisting their heads vainly to find the source. If you let me come back and don't kill me, I will do your work. I was afraid of the bomb, but now I am afraid of the guns. It sounded a little infantile, but he was pretty sure none of those present had any sound knowledge of robotic intelligence. Please let me come back, sir. He had almost forgotten the last word, so he added another please, sir, to make up. Coleman needed that package under the boat very badly. He would promise anything to get it. John had no doubts as to his eventual fate. All he could hope to do was kill time in the hopes that the phone message would bring aid. Come on down, junkie, I won't be mad at you if you follow directions. John could hear the hidden anger in his voice, the unspoken hatred for a robe who dared lay hands on him. The descent wasn't difficult, but John did it slowly with much apparent discomfort. He hopped into the center of the floor, leaning on the cases as if for support. Coleman and Druce were both there, as well as a group of hard-eyed newcomers. They raised their guns at his approach, but Coleman stopped them with a gesture. "This is my robe, boys. I'll see to it that he's happy." He raised his gun and shot John's remaining leg off. Twisted around by the blast, John fell helplessly to the floor. He looked up into the smoking mouth of the 75. "Very smart for a tin can, but not smart enough. We'll get the junk on the boat some other way, some way that won't mean having you around underfoot." Death looked out of his narrowed eyes. Less than 2 minutes had passed since John's call. The watchers must have been keeping 24-hour stations waiting for Venex's 17 phone message. The main door went down with the sudden scream of torn steel. A whippet tank crunched over the wreck and covered the group with its multiple pom-poms. They were an instant too late. Coleman pulled the trigger. John saw the tensing trigger finger and pushed hard against the floor. His head rolled clear, but the bullet tore through his shoulder. Coleman didn't have a chance for a second shot. There was a fizzling hiss from the tank, and the riot ports released a flood of tear gas. The stricken men never saw the gas-masked police that poured in from the street. John lay on the floor of the police station while a tech made temporary repairs on his leg and shoulder. Across the room, Venex 17 was moving his new body with evident pleasure. "Now this really feels like something. I was sure my time was up when that landslip caught me, but maybe I ought to start from the beginning." He stamped across the room and shook John's inoperable hand. "The name is Will Counter 4951L3. It's not that that means much anymore. I've worn so many different bodies that I forget what I originally looked like. I went right from factory school to a police training school, and I have been on the job ever since. Force of Detectives, Sergeant J.R., Grade, Investigation Department. I spend most of my time selling candy bars or newspapers or serving drinks in crumb joints. Gather information, make reports, and keep tab on guys for other departments. This last job, and I'm sorry I had to use a Venex identity, I don't think I brought any dishonor to your family. I was on loan to the customs department. Seems a ring was bringing uncut junk heroin into the country. FBI tabbed all the operators here, but no one knew how the stuff got in. When Coleman, he's the local big shot, called the agencies for an underwater robot, I was packed into a new body and sent running. I alerted the squad as soon as I started the tunnel, but the damned thing caved in on me before I found out what ship was doing the carrying. From there on, you know what happened. Not knowing I was out of the game, the squad sat tight and waited. The hop merchants saw $500,000 in snow sailing back to the old country, so they had you dragged in as a replacement. You made the phone call and the cavalry rushed in at the last moment to save 2 robots from a rusty grave. John, who had been trying vainly to get in a word, saw his chance as Will Counter turned to admire the reflection of his new figure in a window. "You shouldn't be telling me those things about your police investigations and department operations. Isn't this information supposed to be secret, especially from robots?" "Of course it is," was Will's airy answer. "Captain Edgecombe, he's the head of my department, is an expert on all kinds of blackmail. I'm supposed to tell you so much confidential police business that you'll have to either join the department or be shot as a possible informer." His laughter wasn't shared by the bewildered John. "Truthfully, John, we need you and can use you. Robes that can think fast and act fast aren't easy to find. After hearing about the tricks you pulled in that warehouse, the captain swore to decapitate me permanently if I couldn't get you to join up. Do you need a job? Long hours, short pay, but guaranteed to never get boring." Will's voice was suddenly serious. "You saved my life. John, those snowbirds would have left me in that sand pile until all hell froze over. I'd like you for a mate. I think we could get along well together." The gay note came back into his voice, "And besides that, I may be able to save your life someday. I hate owing debts." The tech was finished. He snapped his toolbox shut and left. John's shoulder motor was repaired now. He sat up. When they shook hands this time, it was a firm clasp, the kind you know will last a while. John stayed in an empty cell that night. It was gigantic compared to the hotel and barrack rooms he was used to. He wished that he had his missing legs so he could take a little walk up and down the cell. He would have to wait until the morning. They were going to fix him up then before he started the new job. He had recorded his testimony earlier, and the impossible events of the past day kept whirling around in his head. He would think about it some other time. Right now, all he wanted to do was let his overworked circuits cool down. If he only had something to read, to focus his attention on. Then with a start, he remembered the booklet. Everything had moved so fast that the earlier incident with the truck driver had slipped his mind completely. He carefully worked it out from behind the generator shielding and opened the first page of Robot Slaves in a World Economy. A card slipped from between the pages and he read the short message on it. Please destroy this card after reading. If you think there is truth in this book and would like to hear more, come to room B. 107 George St. Any Tuesday at 5 p.m. The card flared briefly and was gone, but he knew that it wasn't only a perfect memory that would make him remember that message. The repairman, the old man had that look of intense glee on his face that meant someone was in for a very rough time. Since we were alone, it took no great feat of intelligence to figure it would be me. I talked first, bold attack being the best defense and so forth. I quit. Don't bother telling me what dirty job you have cooked up because I have already quit and you do not want to reveal company secrets to me. The grin was even wider now and he actually chortled as he thumbed a button on his console. A thick legal document slid out of the delivery slot onto his desk. This is your contract, he said. It tells how and when you will work. A steel and vanadium-bound contract that you couldn't crack with a molecular disruptor. I leaned out quickly, grabbed it and threw it into the air with a single motion. Before it could fall, I had my solar out and with a wide-angle shot burned the contract to ashes. The old man pressed the button again and another contract slid out on his desk. If possible, the smile was still wider now. I should have said a duplicate of your contract like this one here. He made a quick note on his secretary plate. I have deducted 13 credits from your salary for the cost of the duplicate, as well as a 100 credit fine for firing a solar inside a building. I slumped defeated, waiting for the blow to land. The old man fondled my contract. According to this document, you can't quit, ever. Therefore, I have a little job I know you'll enjoy. Repair job. The Centauri beacon has shut down. It's a Mark Roman 3 beacon. What kind of beacon? I asked him. So I have repaired hyperspace beacons from one arm of the galaxy to the other, and was sure I had worked on every type or model made. But I had never heard of this kind. Mark Roman 3, the old man repeated, practically chortling. I never heard of it either until records dug up the specs. They found them buried in the back of their oldest warehouse. This was the earliest type of beacon ever built by Earth, no less. Considering its location on one of the Proxima Centauri planets, it might very well be the first beacon. I looked at the blueprints he handed me and felt my eyes glaze with horror. It's a monstrosity. It looks more like a distillery than a beacon, must be at least a few hundred meters high. I'm a repairman, not an archaeologist. This pile of junk is over 2,000 years old. Just forget about it and build a new one. The old man leaned over his desk, breathing into my face. It would take a year to install a new beacon, besides being too expensive, and this relic is on one of the main routes. We have ships making 15 light-year detours now. He leaned back, wiped his hands on his handkerchief, and gave me lecture 44 on company duty and my troubles. This department is officially called maintenance and repair when it really should be called troubleshooting. Hyperspace beacons are made to last forever or damn close to it. When one of them breaks down, it is never an accident, and repairing the thing is never a matter of just plugging in a new part. He was telling me, the guy who did the job while he sat back on his fat paycheck in an air-conditioned office. He rambled on. How I wish that were all it took. I would have a fleet of parts ships and junior mechanics to install them, but it's not like that at all. I have a fleet of expensive ships that are equipped to do almost anything, manned by a bunch of irresponsibles like you. I nodded moodily at his pointing finger. How I wish I could fire you all. Combination space jockeys, mechanics, engineers, soldiers, conmen, and anything else it takes to do the repairs. I have to browbeat, bribe, blackmail, and bulldoze you thugs into doing a simple job. If you think you're fed up, just think how I feel. But the ships must go through, the beacons must operate. I recognized this deathless line as the curtain speech and crawled to my feet. He threw the Mark Roman 3 file at me and went back to scratching in his papers. Just as I reached the door, he looked up and impaled me on his finger again. And don't get any fancy ideas about jumping your contract. We can attach that bank account of yours on Algol Roman 2 long before you could draw the money out. I smiled a little weakly, I'm afraid, as if I had never meant to keep that account a secret. His spies were getting more efficient every day. Walking down the hall, I tried to figure a way to transfer the money without his catching on, and knew at the same time he was figuring a way to outfigure me. It was all very depressing, so I stopped for a drink, then went on to the spaceport. By the time the ship was serviced, I had a course charted. The nearest beacon to the broken-down Proxima Centauri beacon was on one of the planets of Beta Circinus, and I headed there first, a short trip of only about 9 days in hyperspace. To understand the importance of the beacons, you have to understand hyperspace. Not that many people do, but it is easy enough to understand that in this non-space, the regular rules don't apply. Speed and measurements are a matter of relationship, not constant facts like the fixed universe. The first ships to enter hyperspace had no place to go and no way to even tell if they had moved. The beacons solved that problem and opened the entire universe. They are built on planets and generate tremendous amounts of power. This power is turned into radiation that is punched through into hyperspace. Every beacon has a code signal as part of its radiation and represents a measurable point in hyperspace. Triangulation and quadrature of the beacons works for navigation, only it follows its own rules. The rules are complex and variable, but they are still rules that a navigator can follow. For a hyperspace jump, you need at least 4 beacons for an accurate fix. For long jumps, navigators use as many as 7 or 8. So every beacon is important, and everyone has to keep operating. That is where I and the other troubleshooters came in. We travel in well-stocked ships that carry a little bit of everything, only 1 man to a ship because that is all it takes to operate the overly efficient repair machinery. Due to the very nature of our job, we spend most of our time just rocketing through normal space. After all, when a beacon breaks down, how do you find it? Not through hyperspace. All you can do is approach as close as you can by using other beacons, then finish the trip in normal space. This can take months and often does. This job didn't turn out to be quite that bad. I zeroed on the Beta Circinus beacon and ran a complicated 8-point problem through the navigator, using every beacon I could get an accurate fix on. The computer gave me a course with an estimated point of arrival as well as a built-in safety factor I never could eliminate from the machine. I would much rather take a chance of breaking through near some star than spend time just barreling through normal space. But apparently tech knows this too. They had a safety factor built into the computer so you couldn't end up inside a star no matter how hard you tried. I'm sure there was no humaneness in this decision, they just didn't want to lose the ship. It was a 20-hour jump ship's time and I came through in the middle of nowhere. The robot analyzer chuckled to itself and scanned all the stars, comparing them to the spectra of Proxima Centauri. It finally rang a bell and blinked a light. I peeped through the eyepiece. A fast reading with the photocell gave me the apparent magnitude, and a comparison with its absolute magnitude showed its distance. Not as bad as I had thought, a 6-week run give or take a few days. After feeding a course tape into the robot pilot, I strapped into the acceleration tank and went to sleep. The time went fast. I rebuilt my camera for about the 20th time and just about finished a correspondence course in nucleonics. Most repairmen take these courses. Besides, they're always coming in handy. The company grades your pay by the number of specialties you can handle. All this with some oil painting and free-fall workouts in the gym passed the time. I was asleep when the alarm went off that announced planetary distance. Planet 2, where the beacon was situated according to the old charts, was a mushy-looking, wet kind of globe. I tried to make sense out of the ancient directions and finally located the right area. Staying outside the atmosphere, I sent a flying eye down to look things over. In this business, you learn early when and where to risk your own skin. The eye would be good enough for the preliminary survey. The old boys had enough brains to choose a traceable site for the beacon, equidistant on a line between two of the most prominent mountain peaks. I located the peaks easily enough and started the eye out from the first peak and kept it on a course directly toward the second. There was a nose and tail radar in the eye, and I fed their signals into a scope as an amplitude curve. When the two peaks coincided, I spun the eye controls and dived the thing down. I cut out the radar and cut in the nose orthicon and sat back to watch the beacon appear on the screen. The image blinked, focused, and a great damn pyramid swam into view. I cursed and wheeled the eye in circles, scanning the surrounding country. It was flat, marshy bottom land without a bump. The only thing in a 10-mile circle was this pyramid, and that definitely wasn't my beacon, or wasn't it? I dived the eye lower. The pyramid was a crude-looking thing of undressed stone without carvings or decorations. There was a shimmer of light from the top, and I took a closer look at it. On the peak of the pyramid was a hollow basin filled with water. When I saw that, something clicked in my mind. Locking the eye in a circular course, I dug through the Mark Roman 3 plans, and there it was. The beacon had a precipitating field and a basin on top of it for water. This was used to cool the reactor that powered the monstrosity. If the water was still there, the beacon was still there, inside the pyramid. The natives, who of course weren't even mentioned by the idiots who constructed the thing, had built a nice, heavy, thick stone pyramid around the beacon. So I took another look at the screen and realized that I had locked the eye into a circular orbit about 20 feet above the pyramid. The summit of the stone pile was now covered with lizards of some type, apparently the local life form. They had what looked like throwing sticks and arbalasts and were trying to shoot down the eye, a cloud of arrows and rocks flying in every direction. I pulled the eye straight up and away and threw in the control circuit that would return it automatically to the ship. Then I went to the galley for a long, strong drink. My beacon was not only locked inside a mountain of handmade stone, but I had managed to irritate the things who had built the pyramid. A great beginning for a job, and one clearly designed to drive a stronger man than me to the bottle. Normally, a repairman stays away from native cultures. They are poison. Anthropologists may not mind being dissected for their science, but a repairman wants to make no sacrifices of any kind for his job. For this reason, most beacons are built on uninhabited planets. If a beacon has to go on a planet with a culture, it is usually built in some inaccessible place. Why this beacon had been built within reach of the local claws, I had yet to find out, but that would come in time. The first thing to do was make contact. To make contact, you have to know the local language. And for that, I had long before worked out a system that was foolproof. I had a pryeye of my own construction. It looked like a piece of rock about a foot long. Once on the ground, it would never be noticed, though it was a little disconcerting to see it float by. I located a lizard town about 1,000 kilometers from the pyramid and dropped the eye. It swished down and landed at night in the bank of the local mud wallow. This was a favorite spot that drew a good crowd during the day. In the morning, when the first wallowers arrived, I flipped on the recorder. After about 5 of the local days, I had a sea of native conversation in the memory bank of the machine translator and had tagged a few expressions. This is fairly easy to do when you have a machine memory to work with. One of the lizards gargled at another one and the second one turned around. I tagged this expression with the phrase, "Hey, George," and waited my chance to use it. Later the same day, I caught one of them alone and shouted, "Hey, George," at him. It gurgled out through the speaker in the local tongue, and he turned around. When you get enough reference phrases like this in the memory bank, the MT brain takes over and starts filling in the missing pieces. As soon as the MT could give a running translation of any conversation it heard, I figured it was time to make a contact. I found him easily enough. He was the Centaurian version of a goat boy. He herded a particularly loathsome form of local life in the swamps outside the town. I had one of the working eyes dig a cave in an outcropping of rock and wait for him. When he passed next day, I whispered into the mic, "Welcome, O goat boy grandson. This is your grandfather's spirit speaking from paradise." This fitted in with what I could make out of the local religion. Goat Boy stopped as if he'd been shot. Before he could move, I pushed a switch and a handful of the local currency, wampum-type shells, rolled out of the cave and landed at his feet. "Here is some money from paradise, because you have been a good boy." Not really from paradise, I had lifted it from the treasury the night before. "Come back tomorrow and we will talk some more," I called after the fleeing figure. I was pleased to notice that he took the cash before taking off. After that, Grandpa in paradise had many heart-to-heart talks with grandson, who found the heavenly loot more than he could resist. Grandpa had been out of touch with things since his death, and Goat Boy happily filled him in. I learned all I needed to know of the history, past and recent, and it wasn't nice. In addition to the pyramid being around the beacon, there was a nice little religious war going on around the pyramid. It all began with the land bridge. Apparently the local lizards had been living in the swamps when the beacon was built, but the builders didn't think much of them. They were a low type and confined to a distant continent. The idea that the race would develop and might reach this continent never occurred to the beacon mechanics. Which is, of course, what happened. A little geological turnover, a swampy land bridge formed in the right spot, and the lizards began to wander up Beacon Valley and found religion, a shiny metal temple out of which poured a constant stream of magic water, the reactor cooling water pumped down from the atmosphere condenser on the roof. The radioactivity in the water didn't hurt the natives, it caused mutations that bred true. A city was built around the temple, and through the centuries, the pyramid was put up around the beacons. A special branch of the priesthood served the temple. All went well until one of the priests violated the temple and destroyed the holy waters. There had been revolt, strife, murder and destruction since then, but still the holy waters would not flow. Now armed mobs fought around the temple each day, and a new band of priests guarded the sacred fount. And I had to walk into the middle of that mess and repair the thing. It would have been easy enough if we were allowed a little mayhem. I could have had a lizard fry fix the beacon and taken off. Only native life forms were quite well protected. There were spy cells on my ship, all of which I hadn't found, that would cheerfully rat on me when I got back. Diplomacy was called for. I sighed and dragged out the plastiflesh equipment. Working from 3D snaps of grandson, I modeled a passable reptile head over my own features. It was a little short in the jaw, me not having one of their toothy mandibles. But that was all right. I didn't have to look exactly like them, just something close to soothe the native mind. It's logical. If I were an ignorant aborigine of Earth and I ran into a spican who looks like a 2-foot gob of dried shellac, I would immediately leave the scene. However, if the spican was wearing a suit of plastiflesh that looked remotely humanoid, I would at least stay and talk to him. This was what I was aiming to do with the centaurians. When the head was done, I peeled it off and attached it to an attractive suit of green plastic, complete with tail. I was really glad they had tails. The lizards didn't wear clothes, and I wanted to take along a lot of electronic equipment. I built the tail over a metal frame that anchored around my waist. Then I filled the frame with all the equipment I would need and began to wire the suit. When it was done, I tried it on in front of a full-length mirror. It was horrible but effective. The tail dragged me down in the rear and gave me a duck waddle, but that only helped the resemblance. That night I took the ship down into the hills nearest the pyramid, an out-of-the-way dry spot where the amphibious natives would never go. A little before dawn, the eye hooked onto my shoulders and we sailed straight up. We hovered above the temple at about 2,000 meters until it was light, then dropped straight down. It must have been a grand sight. The eye was camouflaged to look like a flying lizard, sort of a cardboard pterodactyl, and the slowly flapping wings obviously had nothing to do with our flight, but it was impressive enough for the natives. The first one that spotted me screamed and dropped over on his back. The others came running. They milled and mobbed and piled on top of one another, and by that time I had landed in the plaza fronting the temple. The priesthood arrived. I folded my arms in a regal stance. "Greetings, O noble servers of the great God," I said. Of course I didn't say it out loud, just whispered loud enough for the throat mic to catch. This was radioed back to the MT, and the translation shot back to a speaker in my jaws. The natives chomped and rattled, and the translation rolled out almost instantly. I had the volume turned up and the whole square echoed. Some of the more credulous natives prostrated themselves, and others fled screaming. One doubtful type raised a spear, but no one else tried that after the pterodactyli picked him up and dropped him in the swamp. The priests were a hard-headed lot and weren't buying any lizards in a poke, they just stood and muttered. I had to take the offensive again. "Begone, O faithful steed," I said to the eye and pressed the control in my palm at the same time. It took off straight up a bit faster than I wanted. Little pieces of wind-torn plastic rained down. While the crowd was ogling this ascent, I walked through the temple doors. "I would talk with you, O noble priests," I said. Before they could think up a good answer, I was inside. The temple was a small one built against the base of the pyramid. I hoped I wasn't breaking too many taboos by going in. I wasn't stopped, so it looked all right. The temple was a single room with a murky-looking pool at one end. Sloshing in the pool was an ancient reptile who clearly was one of the leaders. I waddled toward him and he gave me a cold and fishy eye, then growled something. The MT whispered into my ear, "Just what in the name of the 13th sin are you and what are you doing here?" I drew up my scaly figure in a noble gesture and pointed toward the ceiling. "I come from your ancestors to help you. I am here to restore the holy waters." This raised a buzz of conversation behind me but got no rise out of the chief. He sank slowly into the water until only his eyes were showing. I could almost hear the wheels turning behind that moss-covered forehead. Then he lunged up and pointed a dripping finger at me. "You are a liar. You are no ancestor of ours. We will—" "Stop," I thundered before he got so far in that he couldn't back out. "I said your ancestors sent me as emissary. I am not one of your ancestors. Do not try to harm me or the wrath of those who have passed on will turn against you." When I said this, I turned to jab a claw at the other priests, using the motion to cover my flicking a coin grenade toward them. It blew a nice hole in the floor with a great show of noise and smoke. The first lizard knew I was talking sense then and immediately called a meeting of the shamans. It of course took place in the public bathtub and I had to join them there. We jawed and gurgled for about an hour and settled all the major points. I found out that they were new priests. The previous ones had all been boiled for letting the holy waters cease. They found out I was there only to help them restore the flow of the waters. They bought this tentatively and we all heaved out of the tub and trickled muddy paths across the floor. There was a bolted and guarded door that led into the pyramid proper. While it was being opened, the first lizard turned to me. "Undoubtedly you know of the rule," he said. "Because the old priests did pry and peer, it was ruled henceforth that only the blind could enter the Holy of Holies." I'd swear he was smiling. If 30 teeth peeking out of what looked like a crack in an old suitcase can be called smiling. He was also signaling to him an under-priest who carried a brazier of charcoal complete with red-hot irons. All I could do was stand and watch as he stirred up the coals, pulled out the ruddiest iron and turned toward me. He was just drawing a bead on my right eyeball when my brain got back in gear. "Of course," I said, "blinding is only right, but in my case you will have to blind me before I leave the Holy of Holies, not now. I need my eyes to see and mend the fount of holy waters. Once the waters flow again, I will laugh as I hurl myself on the burning iron." He took a good 30 seconds to think it over and had to agree with me. The local torturer sniffled a bit and threw a little more charcoal on the fire. The gate crashed open and I stalked through, then it banged to behind me and I was alone in the dark. But not for long. There was a shuffling nearby and I took a chance and turned on my flash. 3 priests were groping toward me, their eye sockets red pits of burned flesh. They knew what I wanted and led the way without a word. A crumbling and cracked stone stairway brought us up to a solid metal doorway labeled in archaic script mark Roman 3 beacon. Authorized personnel only. The trusting builders counted on the sign to do the whole job, for there wasn't a trace of a lock on the door. One lizard merely turned the handle and we were inside the beacon. I unzipped the front of my camouflage suit and pulled out the blueprints. With the faithful priest stumbling after me, I located the control room and turned on the lights. There was a residue of charge in the emergency batteries, just enough to give a dim light. The meters and indicators looked to be in good shape. If anything, unexpectedly bright from constant polishing. I checked the readings carefully and found just what I had suspected. One of the eager lizards had managed to open a circuit box and had polished the switches inside. While doing this, he had thrown one of the switches, and that had caused the trouble. Rather, that had started the trouble. It wasn't going to be ended by just reversing the water valve switch. This valve was supposed to be used only for repairs after the pile was damped. When the water was cut off with the pile in operation, it had started to overheat and the automatic safeties had dumped the charge down the pit. I could start the water again easily enough, but there was no fuel left in the reactor. I wasn't going to play with the fuel problem at all. It would be far easier to install a new power plant. I had one in the ship that was about 1/10 the size of the ancient bucket of bolts and produced at least 4 times the power. Before I sent for it, I checked over the rest of the beacon. In 2,000 years, there should be some sign of wear. The old boys had built well, I'll give them credit for that. 90% of the machinery had no moving parts and had suffered no wear whatever. Other parts they had beefed up, figuring they would wear, but slowly. The water feed pipe from the roof, for example. The pipe walls were at least 3 meters thick and the pipe opening itself no bigger than my head. There were some things I could do though, and I made a list of parts. The parts. The new power plant and a few other odds and ends were chuted into a neat pile on the ship. I checked all the parts by screen before they were loaded in a metal crate. In the darkest hour before dawn, the heavy-duty eye dropped the crate outside the temple and darted away without being seen. I watched the priests through the pryeye while they tried to open it. When they had given up, I boomed orders at them through a speaker in the crate. They spent most of the day sweating the heavy box up through the narrow temple stairs, and I enjoyed a good sleep. It was resting inside the beacon door when I woke up. The repairs didn't take long, though there was plenty of groaning from the blind lizards when they heard me ripping the wall open to get at the power leads. I even hooked a gadget to the water pipe so their holy waters would have the usual refreshing radioactivity when they started flowing again. The moment this was all finished, I did the job they were waiting for. I threw the switch that started the water flowing again. There were a few minutes while the water began to gurgle down through the dry pipe. Then a roar came from outside the pyramid that must have shaken its stone walls. Shaking my hands once over my head, I went down for the eye-burning ceremony. The blind lizards were waiting for me by the door and looked even unhappier than usual. When I tried the door, I found out why it was bolted and barred from the other side. "It has been decided," a lizard said, "that you shall remain here forever and tend the holy waters. We will stay with you and serve your every need." A delightful prospect, eternity spent in a locked beacon with 3 blind lizards. In spite of their hospitality, I couldn't accept. "What, you dare interfere with the messenger of your ancestors?" I had the speaker on full volume and the vibration almost shook my head off. The lizards cringed and I set my solar for a narrow beam and ran it around the door jamb. There was a great crunching and banging from the junk piled against it. And then the door swung free. I threw it open. Before they could protest, I had pushed the priests out through it. The rest of their clan showed up at the foot of the stairs and made a great ruckus while I finished welding the door shut. Running through the crowd, I faced up to the first lizard in his tub. He sank slowly beneath the surface. "What lack of courtesy," I shouted. He made little bubbles in the water. "The ancestors are annoyed and have decided to forbid entrance to the inner temple forever, though out of kindness they will let the waters flow. Now I must return on with the ceremony." The torture master was too frightened to move, so I grabbed out his hot iron. A touch on the side of my face dropped a steel plate over my eyes under the plastiskin. Then I jammed the iron hard into my phony eye sockets and the plastic gave off an authentic odor. A cry went up from the crowd as I dropped the iron and staggered in blind circles. I must admit it went off pretty well. Before they could get any more bright ideas, I threw the switch and my plastic pterodactyl sailed in through the door. I couldn't see it, of course, but I knew it had arrived when the grapples in the claws latched onto the steel plates on my shoulders. I had got turned around after the eye burning and my flying beast hooked onto me backward. I had meant to sail out bravely, blind eyes facing into the sunset. Instead, I faced the crowd as I soared away. So I made the most of a bad situation and threw them a snappy military salute. Then I was out in the fresh air and away. When I lifted the plate and poked holes in the seared plastic, I could see the pyramid growing smaller behind me, water gushing out of the base and a happy crowd of reptiles sporting in its radioactive rush. I counted off on my talons to see if I had forgotten anything. 1. The beacon was repaired. 2. The door was sealed. So there should be no more sabotage, accidental or deliberate. 3. The priest should be satisfied. The water was running again, my eyes had been duly burned out and they were back in business. Which added up to 4, the fact that they would probably let another repairman in under the same conditions if the beacon conked out again. At least I had done nothing like butchering a few of them that would make them antagonistic toward future ancestral messengers. I stripped off my tattered lizard suit back in the ship, very glad that it would be some other repairman who'd get the job. Arm of the law, it was a big, coffin-shaped plywood box that looked like it weighed a ton. This brawny type just dumped it through the door of the police station and started away. I looked up from the blotter and shouted at the truckers vanishing back. "What the hell is that? How should I know?" he said as he swung up into the cab. "I just deliver, I don't X-ray M. It came on the morning rocket from Earth is all I know." He gunned the truck more than he had to and threw up a billowing cloud of red dust. "Jokers," I growled to myself. "Mars is full of jokers." When I went over to look at the box, I could feel the dust grate between my teeth. Chief Craig must have heard the racket because he came out of his office and helped me stand and look at the box. "Think it's a bomb?" he asked in a bored voice. Why would anyone bother, particularly with a thing this size and all the way from Earth? He nodded agreement and walked around to look at the other end. There was no sender's address anywhere on the outside. Finally, we had to dig out the crowbar and I went to work on the top. After some prying, it pulled free and fell off. That was when we had our first look at Ned. We all would have been a lot happier if it had been our last look as well, if we had just put the lid back on and shipped the thing back to Earth. I know now what they mean about Pandora's box. But we just stood there and stared like a couple of rubes. Ned lay motionless and stared back at us. "A robot," the chief said, very observant. "It's easy to see you went to the police academy. Ha ha, now find out what he's doing here." I hadn't gone to the academy, but this was no handicap to my finding the letter. It was sticking up out of a thick book in a pocket in the box. The chief took the letter and read it with little enthusiasm. Well, United Robotics have the brainstorm that robots, correctly used, will tend to prove invaluable in police work. They want us to cooperate in a field test. Robot enclosed is the latest experimental model, valued at 120,000 credits. We both looked back at the robot, sharing the wish that the credits had been in the box instead of it. The chief frowned and moved his lips through the rest of the letter. I wondered how we got the robot out of its plywood coffin. Experimental model or not, this was a nice-looking hunk of machinery, a uniform navy blue all over, though the outlet cases, hooks and such were a metallic gold. Someone had gone to a lot of trouble to get that effect. This was as close as a robot could look to a cop in uniform without being a joke. All that seemed to be missing was the badge and gun. Then I noticed the tiny glow of light in the robot's eye lenses. It had never occurred to me before that the thing might be turned on. There was nothing to lose by finding out. "Get out of that box," I said. The robot came up smooth and fast as a rocket, landing 2 feet in front of me and whipping out a snappy salute. "Police experimental robot, serial number XBO 456934B, reporting for duty, sir." His voice quivered with alertness, and I could almost hear the humming of those taut cable muscles. He may have had a stainless steel hide and a bunch of wires for a brain, but he spelled rookie cop to me just the same. The fact that he was man-height with 2 arms, 2 legs, and that painted-on uniform helped. All I had to do was squint my eyes a bit and there stood Ned the rookie cop, fresh out of school and raring to go. I shook my head to get rid of the illusion. This was just 6 feet of machine that boffins and brain boys had turned out for their own amusement. "Relax, Ned," I said. He was still holding the salute. "At ease. You'll get a hernia of your exhaust pipe if you stay so tense. Anyways, I'm just the sergeant here. That's the chief of police over there." Ned did an about-face and slid over to the chief with that same greased lightning motion. The chief just looked at him like something that sprang out from under the hood of a car, while Ned went through the same report routine. I wonder if it does anything else besides salute and report, the chief said while he walked around the robot, looking it over like a dog with a hydrant. The functions, operations, and responsible courses of action open to the police experimental robots are outlined on pages 184 to 213 of the manual. Ned's voice was muffled for a second while he half-dived back into his case and came up with the volume mentioned. A detailed breakdown of these will also be found on pages 1035 to 1267 inclusive. The chief, who has trouble reading an entire comic page at one sitting, turned the 6-inch thick book over in his hands like it would maybe bite him. When he had a rough idea of how much it weighed and a good feel of the binding, he threw it on my desk. "Take care of this," he said to me as he headed towards his office. "And the robot too, do something with it." The chief's span of attention never was great, and it had been strained to the limit this time. I flipped through the book, wondering. One thing, I never have had much to do with is robots, so I know just as much about them as any Joe in the street, probably less. The book was filled with pages of fine print, fancy mathematics, wiring diagrams and charts in 9 colors and that kind of thing. It needed close attention, which attention I was not prepared to give at the time. The book slid shut and I eyed the newest employee of the city of Nineport. "There is a broom behind the door. Do you know how to use it?" "Yes, sir." "In that case you will sweep out this room, raising as small a cloud of dust as possible at the same time." He did a very neat job of it. I watched 120,000 credits worth of machinery making a tidy pile of butts and sand and wondered why it had been sent to Nineport. Probably because there wasn't another police force in the solar system that was smaller or more unimportant than ours. The engineers must have figured this would be a good spot for a field test. Even if the thing blew up, nobody would really mind. There would probably be someone along someday to get a report on it. Well, they had picked the right spot all right. Nineport was just a little bit beyond nowhere, which of course was why I was there. I was the only real cop on the force. They needed at least one to give an illusion of the wheels going around. The chief, Alonzo Craig, had just enough sense to take graft without dropping the money. There were 2 patrolmen, one old and drunk most of the time, the other so young the only scar he had was the mark of the tram. I had 10 years on a metropolitan force Earthside. Why I left is nobody's damn business. I have long since paid for any mistakes I made there by ending up in Nineport. Nineport is not a city, it's just a place where people stop. The only permanent citizens are the ones who cater to those on the way through. Hotel keepers, restaurant owners, gamblers, barkeeps, and the rest. There is a spaceport, but only some freighters come there to pick up the metal from some of the mines that are still working. Some of the settlers still came in for supplies. You might say that Nineport was a town that just missed the boat. In 100 years, I doubt if there will be enough left sticking of the sand to even tell where it used to be. I won't be there either, so I couldn't care less. I went back to the blotter, 5 drunks in the tank, an average night's haul. While I wrote them up, Fats dragged in the 6th one, locked himself in the ladies' john at the spaceport and resisting arrest. He reported, "D&D, throw him in with the rest." Fats steered his limp victim across the floor, matching him step for dragging step. I always marveled at the way Fats took care of drunks, since he usually had more under his belt than they had. I have never seen him falling down drunk or completely sober. So about all he was good for was keeping a blurred eye on the lockup and running in drunks. He did well at that. No matter what they crawled under or on top of, he found them, no doubt due to the same shared natural instincts. Fats clanged the door behind number 6 and weaved his way back in. "What's that?" he asked, peering at the robot along the purple beauty of his nose. "That is a robot. I have forgotten the number his mother gave him at the factory, so we will call him Ned. He works here now." "Good for him. He can clean up the tank after we throw the bums out." "That's my job," Billy said, coming in through the front door. He clutched his nightstick and scowled out from under the brim of his uniform cap. It is not that Billy is stupid, just that most of his strength has gone into his back instead of his mind. "That's Ned's job now because you have a promotion. You are going to help me with some of my work." Billy came in very handy at times, and I was anxious that the force shouldn't lose him. My explanation cheered him because he sat down by Fats and watched Ned do the floor. That's the way things went for about a week. We watched Ned sweep and polish until the station began to take on a positively antiseptic look. The chief, who always has an eye out for that type of thing, found out that Ned could file the odd ton of reports and paperwork that cluttered his office. All this kept the robot busy, and we got so used to him we were hardly aware he was around. I knew he had moved the packing case into the storeroom and fixed himself up a cozy sort of robot dormitory coffin. Other than that, I didn't know or care. The operation manual was buried in my desk and I never looked at it. If I had, I might have had some idea of the big changes that were in store. None of us knew the littlest bit about what a robot can or cannot do. Ned was working nicely as a combination janitor file clerk and should have stayed that way. He would have too if the chief hadn't been so lazy. That's what started it all. It was around 9 at night and the chief was just going home when the call came in. He took it, listened for a moment, then hung up. Greenback's liquor store, he got held up again, says to come at once. That's a change. Usually we don't hear about it until a month later. What's he paying protection money for if China Joe ain't protecting? What's the rush now? The chief chewed his loose lip for a while, finally and painfully reached a decision. You better go around and see what the trouble is. Sure, I said, reaching for my cap, but no one else is around. You'll have to watch the desk until I get back. That's no good, he moaned. I'm dying from hunger and sitting here isn't going to help me any. I will go take the report, Ned said, stepping forward and snapping his usual well-greased salute. At first, the chief wasn't buying. You would think the water cooler came to life and offered to take over his job. How could you take a report? He growled, putting the wise guy water cooler in its place. But he had phrased his little insult as a question, so he had only himself to blame. In exactly 3 minutes, Ned gave the chief a summary of the routine necessary for a police officer to make a report on an armed robbery or other reported theft. From the glazed look in Chief's protruding eyes, I could tell Ned had quickly passed the boundaries of the chief's meager knowledge. Enough. The harried man finally gasped. If you know so much, why don't you make a report? Which to me sounded like another version of if you're so damned smart, why ain't you rich? Which we used to snarl at the brainy kids in grammar school. Ned took such things literally though and turned towards the door. Do you mean you wish me to make a report on this robbery? Yes, the chief said, just to get rid of him, and we watched his blue shape vanish through the door. He must be brighter than he looks, I said. He never stopped to ask where Greenback's store is. The chief nodded and the phone rang again. His hand was still resting on it, so he picked it up by reflex. He listened for a second and you would have thought someone was pumping blood out of his heel from the way his face turned white. The hold-up's still on, he finally gasped. Greenback's delivery boy is on the line, calling back to see where we are, says he's under a table in the back room. I never heard the rest of it because I was out the door and into the car. There were 100 things that could happen if Ned got there before me. Guns could go off, people hurt, lots of things, and the police would be to blame for it all, sending a tin robot to do a cop's job. Maybe the chief had ordered Ned there, but clearly as if the words were painted on the windshield of the car, I knew I would be dragged into it. It never gets very warm on Mars, but I was sweating. Nineport has 14 traffic regulations, and I broke all of them before I had gone a block. Fast as I was, Ned was faster. As I turned the corner, I saw him open the door of Greenback's store and walk in. I screamed brakes in behind him and arrived just in time to have a gallery seat, a shooting gallery at that. There were 2 hold-up punks, one behind the counter making like a clerk and the other lounging off to the side. Their guns were out of sight, but blue-coated Ned busting through the door like that was too much for their keyed-up nerves. Up came both guns like they were on strings and Ned stopped dead. I grabbed for my own gun and waited for pieces of busted robot to come flying through the window. Ned's reflexes were great, which I suppose is what you should expect of a robot. Drop your guns, you are under arrest. He must have had on full power or something, his voice blasted so loud my ears hurt. The result was just what you might expect. Both torpedoes let go at once, and the air was filled with flying slugs. The show windows went out with a crash and I went down on my stomach. From the amount of noise, I knew they both had recoilless. 50s, you can't stop one of those slugs. They go right through you and anything else that happens to be in the way, except they didn't seem to be bothering Ned. The only notice he seemed to take was to cover his eyes. A little shield with a thin slit popped down over his eye lenses. Then he moved in on the first thug. I knew he was fast, but not that fast. A couple of slugs jarred him as he came across the room. But before the punk could change his aim, Ned had the gun in his hand. That was the end of that. He put on one of the sweetest hammer locks I have ever seen and neatly grabbed the gun when it dropped from the limp fingers. With the same motion that slipped the gun into a pouch, he whipped out a pair of handcuffs and snapped them on the punk's wrists. Hold-upnik number 2 was heading for the door by then, and I was waiting to give him a warm reception. There was never any need. He hadn't gone halfway before Ned slid in front of him. There was a thud when they hit that didn't even shake Ned, but gave the other a glazed look. He never even knew it when Ned slipped the cuffs on him and dropped him down next to his partner. I went in, took their guns from Ned, and made the arrest official. That was all Greenback saw when he crawled out from behind the counter, and it was all I wanted him to see. The place was a foot deep in broken glass and smelled like the inside of a Jack Daniels bottle. Greenback began to howl like a wolf over his lost stock. He didn't seem to know any more about the phone call than I did, so I grabbed a hold of a pimply-looking kid who staggered out of the storeroom. He was the one who had made the calls. It turned out to be a matter of sheer stupidity. He had worked for Greenback only a few days and didn't have enough brains to realize that all holdups should be reported to the protection boys instead of the police. I told Greenback to wise up his boy as look at the trouble that got caused, then pushed the 2 ex-holdup men out to the car. Ned climbed in back with them and they clung together like 2 waifs in a storm. The robot's only response was to pull a first aid kit from his hip and fix up a ricochet hole in one of the thugs that no one had noticed in the excitement. The chief was still sitting there with that bloodless look when we marched in. I didn't believe it could be done, but he went 2 shades whiter. "You made the pinch," he whispered. Before I could straighten him out a second more awful idea hit him. He grabbed a handful of shirt on the first torpedo and poked his face down. "You with China Joe," he snarled. The punk made the error of trying to be cute, so the chief let him have one on the head with the open hand that set his eyes rolling like marbles. When the question got asked again, he found the right answer. "I never heard from no China Joe. We just hit town today and freelance, by God." The chief sighed and collapsed into his chair. "Lock 'em up and quickly tell me what in hell happened." I slammed the gate on them and pointed a none-too-steady finger at Ned. "There's the hero," I said. "Took them on single-handed, wrestled them for a fall and made the capture. He is a one-robot tornado, a power for good in this otherwise evil community, and he's bulletproof too." I ran a finger over Ned's broad chest. The paint was chipped by the slugs, but the metal was hardly scratched. "This is going to cause me trouble, big trouble," the chief wailed. I knew he meant with the protection boys. They did not like punks getting arrested and guns going off without their okay, but Ned thought the chief had other worries and rushed in to put them right. "There will be no trouble." At no time did I violate any of the robotic restriction laws. They are part of my control circuits and therefore fully automatic. The men who drew their guns violated both robotic and human law when they threatened violence. I did not injure the men, merely restrained them. It was all over the chief's head, but I liked to think I could follow it. And I had been wondering how a robot, a machine, could be involved in something like law application and violence. Ned had the answer to that one too. Robots have been assuming these functions for years. Don't recording radar meters pass judgment on human violation of automobile regulations? A robot alcohol detector is better qualified to assess the sobriety of a prisoner than the arresting officer. At one time, robots were even allowed to make their own decisions about killing. Before the robotic restriction laws, automatic gun pointers were in general use. Their final development was a self-contained battery of large anti-aircraft guns. Automatic scan radar detected all aircraft in the vicinity. Those that could not return the correct identifying signal had their courses tracked and computed. Automatic fuse cutters and loaders readied the computer-aimed guns which were fired by the robot mechanism. There was little I could argue about with Ned, except maybe his college professor vocabulary, so I switched the attack. But a robot can't take the place of a cop. It's a complex human job. Of course it is, but taking a human policeman's place is not the function of a police robot. Primarily, I combine the functions of numerous pieces of police equipment, integrating their operations and making them instantly available. In addition, I can aid in the mechanical processes of law enforcement. If you arrest a man, you handcuff him, but if you order me to do it, I have made no moral decision. I am just a machine for attaching handcuffs at that point. My raised hand cut off the flow of robotic argument. Ned was hip to his ears with facts and figures, and I had a good idea who would come off second best in any continued discussion. No laws had been broken when Ned made the pinch, that was for sure, but there are other laws than those that appear on the books. China Joe is not going to like this, not at all, the chief said, speaking my own thoughts. It's the law of tooth and claw, that's one that wasn't in the law books, and that was what ran Nineport. The place was just big enough to have a good population of gambling joints, bawdy houses and drunk crawlers. They were all run by China Joe, as was the police department. We were all in his pocket, and you might say he was the one who paid our wages. This is not the kind of thing, though, that you explain to a robot. Yeah, China Joe. I thought it was an echo at first, then realized that someone had eased in the door behind me, something called Alex, 6 feet of bone. Muscle and trouble, China Joe's right-hand man. He imitated a smile at the chief, who sank a bit lower in his chair. China Joe wants you should tell him why you got smart cops going around and putting the arm on people and letting them shoot up good liquor. He's mostly angry about the hooch. He says that he had enough guff, and after this you should. I am putting you under robot arrest pursuant to Article 46, Paragraph 19 of the revised statutes. Ned had done it before we realized he had even moved. Right in front of our eyes, he was arresting Alex and signing our death warrants. Alex was not slow. As he turned to see who had grabbed him, he had already dragged out this cannon. He got one shot in square against Ned's chest before the robot plucked the gun away and slipped on the cuffs. While we all gaped like dead fish, Ned recited the charge in what I swear was a satisfied tone. The prisoner is Peter Rakjomsk, alias Alex the Axe, wanted in Canal City for armed robbery and attempted murder. Also wanted by local police of Detroit, New York and Manchester on charges of, "Get it off me," Alex howled. We might have too, and everything might have still been straightened out if Benny Bug hadn't heard the shot. He popped his head in the front door just long enough to roll his eyes over our little scene. Alex, they're puttin' the arm on Alex. Then he was gone, and when I hit the door he was nowhere in sight. China Joe's boys always went around in pairs, and in 10 minutes he would know all about it. Book him, I told Ned. It wouldn't make any difference if we let him go now. The world has already come to an end. Fats came in then, mumbling to himself. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder when he saw me. "What's up?" I see little Benny Bug come out of here like the place was on fire and almost get killed driving away. Then Fats saw Alex with the bracelets on and turned sober in 1 second. He just took a moment to gape, then his mind was made up. Without a trace of a stagger, he walked over to the chief and threw his badge on the desk in front of him. "I am an old man and I drink too much to be a cop. Therefore I am resigning from the force. Because if that is whom I think it is over there with the cuffs on, I will not live to be a day older as long as I am around here." "Rat," the chief growled in pain through his clenched teeth, "deserting the sinking ship." "Rat, squeak," Fats said and left. The chief was beyond caring at this point. He didn't blink an eye when I took Fats' badge off the desk. I don't know why I did it, perhaps I thought it was only fair. Ned had started all the trouble, and I was just angry enough to want him on the spot when it was finished. There were 2 rings on his chest plate, and I was not surprised when the badge pin fitted them neatly. "There, now you are a real cop." Sarcasm dripped from the words. I should have realized that robots are immune to sarcasm. Ned took my statement at face value. "This is a very great honor, not only for me but for all robots. I will do my best to fulfill all the obligations of the office." Jack Armstrong in tin underwear. I could hear the little motors in his guts humming with joy as he booked Alex. If everything else hadn't been so bad, I would have enjoyed that. Ned had more police equipment built into him than Nineport had ever owned. There was an ink pad that snapped out of one hip, and he efficiently rolled Alex's fingertips across it and stamped them on a card. Then he held the prisoner at arm's length while something clicked in his abdomen. Once more sideways, and 2 instant photographs dropped out of a slot. The mug shots were stuck on the card, arrest details and such inserted. There was more like this, but I forced myself away. There were more important things to think about, like staying alive. Any ideas, Chief? A groan was my only answer, so I let it go at that. Billy, the balance of the police force, came in then. I gave him a quick rundown. Either through stupidity or guts he elected to stay, and I was proud of the boy. Ned locked away the latest prisoner and began sweeping up. That was the way we were when China Joe walked in. Even though we were expecting it, it was still a shock. He had a bunch of his toughest hoods with him, and they crowded through the door like an overweight baseball team. China Joe was in front, hands buried in the sleeves of his long mandarin gown, no expression at all on his ascetic features. He didn't waste time talking to us, just gave the word to his own boys. Clean this place up. The new police chief will be here in a while, and I don't want him to see any bums hanging around. It made me angry. Even with the graft, I like to feel I'm still a cop, not on a cheap punk's payroll. I was also curious about China Joe. Had been ever since I tried to get a line on him and never found a thing. I still wanted to know. Ned, take a good look at that Chinese guy in the rayon bathrobe and let me know who he is. But those electronic circuits work fast. Ned shot the answer back like a straight man who had been rehearsing his lines for weeks. He is a pseudo-oriental, utilizing a natural sallowness of the skin heightened with dye. He is not Chinese. There has also been an operation on his eyes, scars of which are still visible. This has been undoubtedly done in an attempt to conceal his real identity, but Bertillon measurements of his ears and other features make identity positive. He is on the very wanted list of Interpol, and his real name is... China Joe was angry, and with a reason. That's the thing, that big-mouthed tin radio set over there. We heard about it and we are taking care of it. The mob jumped aside then, or hit the deck, and I saw there was a guy kneeling in the door with a rocket launcher. Shaped anti-tank charges, no doubt. That was my last thought as the thing let go with a whoosh. Maybe you can hit a tank with one of those, but not a robot, at least not a police robot. Ned was sliding across the floor on his face when the back wall blew up. There was no second shot. Ned closed his hand on the tube of the bazooka, and it was so much old drain pipe. Billy decided then that anyone who fired a rocket in a police station was breaking the law, so he moved in with his club. I was right behind him since I did not want to miss any of the fun. Ned was at the bottom somewhere, but I didn't doubt he could take care of himself. There were a couple of muffled shots and someone screamed. No one fired after that because we were too tangled up. A punk named Brooklyn Eddie hit me on the side of the head with his gun butt, and I broke his nose all over his face with my fist. There is a kind of a fog over everything after that, but I do remember it was very busy for a while. When the fog lifted a bit, I realized I was the only one still standing, or leaning rather. It was a good thing the wall was there. Ned came in through the street door carrying a very bashed-looking Brooklyn Eddie. I hoped I had done all that. Eddie's wrists were fastened together with cuffs. Ned laid him gently next to the heap of thugs, who I suddenly realized all wore the same kind of handcuffs. I wondered vaguely if Ned made them as he needed them, or had a supply tucked away in a hollow leg or something. There was a chair a few feet away, and sitting down helped. Blood was all over everything, and if a couple of the hoods hadn't groaned, I would have thought they were corpses. One was, I noticed suddenly. A bullet had caught him in the chest. Most of the blood was probably his. Ned burrowed in the bodies for a moment and dragged Billy out. He was unconscious. A big smile on his face, and the splintered remains of his nightstick still stuck in his fist. It takes very little to make some people happy. A bullet had gone through his leg, and he never moved while Ned ripped the pant's leg off and put on a bandage. The spurious China Joe and one other man escaped in a car, Ned reported. Don't let it worry you, I managed to croak. Your batting average still leads the league. It was then I realized the chief was still sitting in his chair where he had been when the brouhaha started, still slumped down with that glazed look. Only after I started to talk to him did I realize that Alonzo Craig, chief of police of Nineport, was now dead. A single shot, small caliber gun, maybe a .22, right through the heart, and what blood there had been was soaked up by his clothes. So I had a good idea where the gun would be that fired that shot. A small gun, the kind that would fit in a wide Chinese sleeve. I wasn't tired or groggy anymore, just angry. Maybe he hadn't been the brightest or most honest guy in the world, but he deserved a better end than that, knocked off by a two-bit racket boss who thought he was being crossed. Right about then I realized I had a big decision to make. With Billy out of the fight and Fats gone, I was the Nineport police force. All I had to do to be clear of this mess was to walk out the door and keep going. I would be safe enough. Ned buzzed by, picked up two of the thugs and hauled them off to the cells. Maybe it was the sight of his blue back, or maybe I was tired of running. Either way, my mind was made up before I realized it. I carefully took off the chief's gold badge and put it on in place of my old one. The new chief of police of Nineport, I said to no one in particular. "Yes, sir," Ned said as he passed. He put one of the prisoners down long enough to salute, then went on with his work. I returned the salute. The hospital meat wagon hauled away the dead and wounded. I took an evil pleasure in ignoring the questioning stares of the attendants. After the doc fixed the side of my head, everyone cleared out. Ned mopped up the floor. I ate 10 aspirin and waited for the hammering to stop so I could think what to do next. When I pulled my thoughts together, the answer was obvious, too obvious. I made as long a job as I could of reloading my gun. "Refill your handcuff box, Ned. We are going out." Like a good cop, he asked no questions. I locked the outside door when we left and gave him the key. "Here, there's a good chance you will be the only one left to use this before the day is over." I stretched the drive over to China Joe's place just as much as I could, trying to figure if there was another way of doing it. There wasn't. Murder had been done and Joe was the boy I was going to pin it on, so I had to get him. So the best I could do was stop around the corner and give Ned a briefing. This combination bar and dice room is the sole property of he whom we will still call China Joe until there is time for you to give me a rundown on him. Right now I got enough distractions. What we have to do is go in there, find Joe and bring him to justice. Simple, simple, Ned answered in his sharp Joe College voice. But wouldn't it be simpler to make the arrest now, when he is leaving in that car, instead of waiting until he returns? The car in mention was doing 60 as it came out of the alley ahead of us. I only had a glimpse of Joe in the back seat as it tore by us. "Stop them," I shouted, mostly for my own benefit since I was driving. I tried to shift gears and start the engine at the same time and succeeded in doing exactly nothing, so Ned stopped them. It had been phrased as an order. He leaned his head out of the window and I saw at once why most of his equipment was located in his torso. Probably his brain as well. There sure wasn't much room left in his head when that cannon was tucked away in there. A .75 recoilless. A plate swiveled back right where his nose should have been if he had one, and the big muzzle pointed out. It's a neat idea when you think about it. Right between the eyes for good aiming, up high, always ready. So the boom boom almost took my head off. Of course Ned was a perfect shot, so would I be with a computer for a brain? He had holed one rear tire with each slug and the car flapped to a stop a little ways down the road. I climbed out slowly while Ned sprinted there in seconds flat. They didn't even try to run this time. What little nerve they had left must have been shattered by the smoking muzzle of that .75 poking out from between Ned's eyes. Robots are neat about things like that, so he must have left it sticking out deliberate. Probably had a course in psychology back in robot school. 3 of them in the car, all waving their hands in the air like the last reel of a western. And the rear floor covered with interesting little suitcases. Everyone came along quietly. China Joe only snarled while Ned told me that his name really was Stanton, and the Elmira hot seat was kept warm all the time in hopes he would be back. I promised Joe Stanton I would be happy to arrange it that same day, thereby not worrying about any slip-ups with the local authorities. The rest of the mob would stand trial in Canal City. It was a very busy day. Things have quieted down a good deal since then. Billy is out of the hospital and wearing my old sergeant's stripes. Even Fats is back, though he is sober once in a while now and has trouble looking me in the eye. We don't have much to do because in addition to being a quiet town, this is now an honest one. Ned is on foot patrol nights and in charge of the lab and files days. Maybe the policeman's benevolent wouldn't like that, but Ned doesn't seem to mind. He touched up all the bullet scratches and keeps his badge polished. I know a robot can't be happy or sad, but Ned seems to be happy. Sometimes I would swear I can hear him humming to himself, but of course that is only the motors and things going around. When you start thinking about it, I suppose we set some kind of precedent here. What with putting on a robot as a full-fledged police officer, no one ever came around from the factory yet, so I have never found out if we're the first or not. And I'll tell you something else. I'm not going to stay in this broken-down town forever. I have some letters out now looking for a new job, so some people are going to be very surprised when they see who their new chief of police is after I leave. The K-factor, we're losing a planet, Neil. I'm afraid that I can't understand it. The bald and wrinkled head wobbled a bit on the thin neck and his eyes were moist. Abravanel was a very old man. Looking at him, Neil realized for the first time just how old and close to death he was. It was a profoundly shocking thought. Pardon me, sir, Neil broke in, but is it possible to lose a planet, I mean? If the readings are done correctly and the K-factor equations work to the 10th decimal place, then it's really just a matter of adjustment, making the indicated corrections. After all, societics is an exact science. Exact, of course it's not. Have I taught you so little that you dare say that to me? Anger animated the old man, driving the shadow of death back a step or two. Neil hesitated, feeling his hands quiver ever so slightly, groping for the right words. Societics was his faith, and his teacher, Abravanel, its only prophet. This man before him, carefully preserved by the age-retarding drugs, was unique in the galaxy. A living anachronism, a refugee from the history books. Abravanel had single-handedly worked out the equations, spelled out his science of societics. Then he had trained 7 generations of students in its fundamentals. Hearing the article of his faith defamed by its creator produced a negative feedback loop in Neil so strong his hands vibrated in tune with it. It took a jarring effort to crack out of the cycle. The laws that control societics, as postulated by you, are as exact as any others in the unified field theory universe. No, they are not, and if any man I taught believes that nonsense, I'm retiring tomorrow and dropping dead the day after. My science, and it is really not logical to call it a science, is based on observation, experimentation, control groups, and corrected observations. And though we have made observations in the millions, we are dealing in units in the billions. And the interactions of these units are multiples of that. And let us never forget that our units are people who, when they operate as individuals, do so in a completely different manner. So you cannot truthfully call my theories exact. They fit the facts well enough and produce results in practice that has been empirically proven. So far, someday I am sure we will run across a culture that doesn't fit my rules. At that time, the rules will have to be revised. We may have that situation now on Himmel. There's trouble cooking there. They have always had a high activity count, sir, Neil put in hopefully. High, yes, but always negative until now. Now it is slightly positive and nothing we can do seems to change it. That's why I've called you in. I want you to run a new basic survey, ignoring the old one still in operation, to re-examine the checkpoints on our graphs. The trouble may lie there. Neil thought before he answered, picking his words carefully. Wouldn't that be a little unethical, sir? After all, Hengley, who is operator there now, is a friend of mine. Going behind his back, you know. I know nothing of the sort, Abravanel snorted. We are not playing for poker chips or seeing who can get a paper published first. Have you forgotten what societics is? Neil answered by rote. The applied study of the interaction of individuals in a culture, the interaction of the group generated by these individuals, the equations derived therefrom, and the application of these equations to control one or more factors of this same culture. And what is the one factor that we have tried to control in order to make all the other factors possible of existence? War, Neil said in a very small voice. Very good then, there is no doubt what it is we are talking about. You are going to land quietly on Himmel, do a survey as quickly as possible and transmit the data back here. There is no cause to think of it as sneaking behind Hengly's back, but as doing something to help him set the matter right. Is that understood? Yes, sir, Neil said firmly this time, straightening his back and letting his right hand rest reassuringly on the computer slung from his belt. Excellent, then it is now time to meet your assistant. Abravanel touched a button on his desk. It was an unexpected development and Neil waited with interest as the door opened, but he turned away abruptly, his eyes slitted and his face white with anger. Abravanel introduced them. Neil Sidorak, this is Costa, I know him. He was in my class for 6 months. There wasn't the slightest touch of friendliness in Neil's voice now. Abravanel either ignored it or didn't hear it. He went on as if the two cold, distant young men were the best of friends. Classmates, very good, then there is no need to make introductions, though it might be best to make clear your separate areas of control. This is your project, Neil, and Adao Costa will be your assistant, following your orders and doing whatever he can to help. You know he isn't a graduate societist, but he has done a lot of field work for us and can help you greatly in that. And of course, he will be acting as an observer for the UN and making his own reports in this connection. Neil's anger was hot and apparent. So he's a UN observer now. I wonder if he still holds his old job at the same time. I think it only fair, sir, that you know he works for Interpol. Sir Bravanel's ancient and weary eyes looked at both men and he sighed. Wait outside Costa, he said. Neil will be with you in a minute. Costa left without a word and Abravanel waved Neil back to his chair. Listen to me now, he said, and stop playing tunes on that infernal buzzer. Neil snapped his hand away from the belt computer as if it had suddenly grown hot. A hesitant finger reached out to clear the figures he had nervously been setting up, then thought better of it. Abravanel sucked life into his ancient pipe and squinted at the younger man. Listen, he said, you have led a very sheltered life here at the university, and that is probably my fault. No, don't look angry, I don't mean about girls. In that matter, undergraduates have been the same for centuries. I'm talking about people in groups, individuals, politics, and all the complicated mess that makes up human life. This has been your area of study and the program is carefully planned so you can study it secondhand. The important thing is to develop the abstract viewpoint, since any attempt to prejudge results can only mean disaster. And it has been proved many times that a man with a certain interest will make many unwitting errors to shape an observation or experiment in favor of his interest. No, we could have none of that here. We are following the proper study of mankind, and we must do that by keeping personally on the outside to preserve our perspective. When you understand that, you understand many small things about the university, why we give only resident student scholarships at a young age, and why the out-of-the-way location here in the Dolomites. You will also see the reason why the campus bookstore stocks all of the books published, but never has an adequate supply of newspapers. The agreed policy has been to see that you all mature with the long view, then hopefully you will be immune to short-term political interests after you leave. This policy has worked well in turning out men with the correct attitude towards their work. It has also turned out a fair number of self-centered, egocentric horrors. Neil flushed. Do you mean that No, I don't mean you. If I did, I would say so. Your worst fault, if you can call it a fault since it is the very thing we have been trying to bring about, is that you have a very provincial attitude towards the universe. Now is the time to re-examine some of those ideas. Firstly, what do you think the attitude of the UN is towards societics? There was no easy answer. Neil could see traps ready for anything he said. His words were hesitant. I can't say I've really ever thought about it. I imagine the UN would be in favor of it since we make their job of world government that much easier. No such thing, Abravanel said, tempering the sharpness of his words with a smile. To put it in the simplest language, they hate our guts. They wish I had never formulated societics, and at the same time they are very glad I did. They are in the position of the man who caught the tiger by the tail. The man enjoys watching the tiger eat all of his enemies. But as each one is consumed, his worry grows greater. What will happen when the last one is gone? Will the tiger then turn and eat him? Well, we are the UN's tiger. Societics came along just at the time it was sorely needed. Earth had settled a number of planets and governed them, first as outposts, then as colonies. The most advanced planets very quickly outgrew the colony stage and flexed their independent muscles. The UN had no particular desire to rule an empire, but at the same time they had to ensure Earth's safety. I imagine they were considering all sorts of schemes, including outright military control when they came to me. Even in its early crude form, Societics provided a stopgap that would give them some breathing time. They saw to it that my work was well endowed and aided me, unofficially of course, in setting up the first control experiments on different planets. We had results, some very good, and the others not so bad, that the local police couldn't get things back under control after a while. I was, of course, happy to perfect my theories in practice. After 100 years, I had all the rough spots evened down and we were in business. The UN has never come up with a workable alternative plan, so they have settled down to the uncomfortable business of holding the tiger's tail. They worry and spend vast sums of money keeping an eye on our work. But why? Neil broke in. Why? Abravanel gave a quick smile. Thank you for fine character rating. I imagine it is inconceivable to you that I might want to be emperor of the universe. I could be, you know. The same forces that hold the lids on the planets could just as easily blow them off. Neil was speechless at the awful enormity of the thought. Abravanel rose from behind his desk with an effort and shambled over to lay a thin and feather-light arm on the younger man's shoulders. Those are the facts of life, my boy, and since we cannot escape them, we must live with them. Costa is just a man doing his duty, so try and put up with him, for my sake if not for your own. Of course, Neil agreed quickly. The whole thing takes a bit of getting used to, but I think I can manage. We'll do as good a job on Himmel as it is possible to do. Don't worry about me, sir. Costa was waiting in the next room, puffing quietly on a long cigarette. They left together, walking down the hall in silence. Neil glanced sideways at the wiry, dark-skinned Brazilian and wondered what he could say to smooth things out. He still had his reservations about Costa, but he'd keep them to himself now. Abravanel had ordered peace between them, and what the old man said was the law. It was Costa who spoke first. Can you brief me on Himmel, what we'll find there and be expected to do? Run the basic survey first, of course, Neil told him. Chances are that will be enough to straighten things out. Since the completion last year of the refining equations of Debye's postulate, all sigma 110 and alpha 142 graph points are suspect. Just stop there, please, and run the flag back down the pole. Costa interrupted. I had a 6-month survey of Societics 7 years ago to give me a general idea of the field. I've worked with survey teams since then, but I have only the vaguest idea of the application of the information we got. Could you cover the ground again, only a bit slower? Neil controlled his anger successfully and started again in his best classroom manner. Well, I'm sure you realize that a good survey is half the problem. It must be impartial and exact. If it is accurately done, application of the K-factor equations is almost mechanical. You've lost me again. Everyone always talks about the K-factor, but no one has ever explained just what it is. Neil was warming to his topic now. It's a term borrowed from nucleonics and best understood in that context. Look, you know how an atomic pile works, essentially just like an atomic bomb. The difference is just a matter of degree and control. In both of them you have neutrons tearing around, some of them hitting nuclei and starting new neutrons going. These in turn hit and start others. This goes on faster and faster and bam, a few milliseconds later you have an atomic bomb. This is what happens if you don't attempt to control the reaction. However, if you have something like heavy water or graphite that will slow down neutrons and an absorber like cadmium, you can alter the speed of the reaction. Too much damping material will absorb too many neutrons and the reaction will stop. Not enough and the reaction will build up to an explosion. Neither of these extremes is wanted in an atomic pile. What is needed is a happy balance where you are soaking up just as many neutrons as are being generated all the time. This will give you a constant temperature inside the reactor. The net neutron reproduction constant is then 1. This balance of neutron generation and absorption is the K-factor of the reactor, ideally 1,000,000,000. That's the ideal, though the impossible to attain in a dynamic system like a reactor. All you need is a few more neutrons around, giving you a K-factor of 1,000,000,001, and you are headed for trouble. Each extra neutron produces 2 and your production rate soars geometrically towards bang. On the other hand, a K-factor of 0.999,999,999 is just as bad. Your reaction is spiraling down in the other direction. To control a pile, you watch your K-factor and make constant adjustments. All this I follow, Costa said, but where's the connection with societics? We'll get to that just as soon as you realize and admit that a minute difference of degree can produce a marked difference of kind. You might say that a single, impossibly tiny neutron is the difference between an atom bomb and a slowly cooling pile of inert uranium isotopes. Does that make sense? I'm staggering but still with you. Good. Then try to go along with the analogy that a human society is like an atomic pile. At one extreme you will have a dying, decadent culture, the remains of a highly mechanized society, living off its capital, using up resources it can't replace because of a lost technology. When the last machine breaks and the final food synthesizer collapses, the people will die. This is the cooled-down atomic pile. At the other extreme is complete and violent anarchy. Every man thinking only of himself, killing and destroying anything that gets in his way, the atomic explosion. Midway between the two is a vital, active, producing society. This is a generalization, and you must look at it that way. In reality, society is infinitely complex and the ramifications and possibilities are endless. It can do a lot more things than fizzle or go boom. Pressure of population, war or persecution patterns can cause waves of immigration. Plant and animal species can be wiped out by momentary needs or fashions. Remember the fate of the passenger pigeon and the American bison. All the pressures, cross-relationships, hungers, needs, hatreds, desires of people are reflected in their interrelationships. One man standing by himself tells us nothing, but as soon as he says something, passes on information in an altered form or merely expresses an attitude, he becomes a reference point. He can be marked, measured, and entered on a graph. His actions can be grouped with others and the action of the group measured. Man and his society then becomes a systems problem that can be fed into a computer. We've cut the Gordian knot of the 3L-S and are on our way towards a solution. Stop, Costa said, raising his hand. I was with you as far as the 3L-S. What are they? A private code? Not a code, abbreviation, linear logic language, the pitfall of all the old researchers. All of them historians, sociologists, political analysts, anthropologists, were licked before they started. They had to know all about A and B before they could find C. Facts to them were always hooked up in a series, whereas in truth they had to be analyzed as a complex circuit complete with elements like positive and negative feedback and crossover switching, with the whole thing being stirred up constantly by continual homeostasis correction. It's little wonder they did do badly. You can't really say that, Adao Costa protested. I'll admit that societics has carried the art tremendously far ahead. But there were many basics that had already been discovered. If you are postulating a linear progression from the old social sciences, forget it, Neil said. There is the same relationship here that alchemy holds to physics. The old boys with their frog guts and awful offal knew a bit about things like distilling and smelting, but there was no real order to their knowledge, and it was all an unconsidered byproduct of their single goal, the whole nonsense of transmutation. They passed a lounge and Adao waved Neil in after him. Dropping into a chair, he rummaged through his pockets for a cigarette, organizing his thoughts. I'm still with you, he said, but how do we work this back to the K-factor? Simple, Neil told him. Once you've gotten rid of the 3L-S and their false conclusions, remember that politics in the old days was all we are angels and they are devils. This was literally believed. In the history of mankind, there has yet to be a war that wasn't backed by the official clergy on each side, and each declared that God was on their side, which leaves you know who as prime supporter of the enemy. This theory is no more valid than the one that a single man can lead a country into war, followed by the inference that a well-timed assassination can save the peace. That doesn't sound too unreasonable, Costa said. Of course not. All of the old ideas sound good. They have a simple-minded simplicity that anyone can understand. That doesn't make them true. Kill a war-minded dictator and nothing changes. The violence-orientated society, the factors that produced it, the military party that represents it, none of these are changed. The K-factor remains the same. There's that word again. Do I get a definition yet? Neil smiled. Of course. The K-factor is one of the many factors that interrelate in a society. Abstractly, it is no more important than the other odd thousand we work with. But in practice, it is the only one we try to alter. The K-factor is the war factor, Adao Costa said. All the humor was gone now. That's a good enough name for it, Neil said, grinding out his half-smoked cigarette. If a society has a positive K-factor, even a slight one that stays positive, then you are going to have a war. Our planetary operators have two jobs. First, to gather and interpret data. Secondly, to keep the K-factor negative. They were both on their feet now, moved by the same emotion. And Himmel has a positive one that stays positive, Costa said. Neil Sidorak nodded agreement. Then let's get into the ship and get going, he said. It was a fast trip and a faster landing. The UN cruiser cut its engines and dropped like a rock in free fall. Night rain washed the ports and the computer cut in the maximum permissible blast for the minimum time that would reduce their speed to zero at zero altitude. Deceleration sat on their chests and squeezed their bones to rubber. Something crunched heavily under their stern at the exact instant the drive cut out. Costa was unbelted and out the door, while Neil was still feeling his insides shiver back into shape. The unloading had an organized rhythm that rejected Neil. He finally realized he could help best by standing back out of the way while the crewmen grav-lifted the heavy cases out through the cargo port into the blackness of the rain-lashed woods. Adao Costa supervised this and seemed to know what he was doing. A signal rating wearing earphones stood to one side of the lock chanting numbers that sounded like detector fixes. There was apparently enough time to unload everything but none to spare. Things got close towards the end. Neil was suddenly bustled out into the rain and the last two crates were literally thrown out after him. He plowed through the mud to the edge of the clearing and had just enough time to cover his face before the takeoff blast burst out like a new sun. Sit down and relax, Costa told him. Everything is in the green so far. The ship wasn't spotted on the way down. Now all we have to do is wait for transportation. In theory at least, Adao Costa was Neil's assistant. In practice, he took complete charge of moving their equipment and getting it under cover in the capital city of Kaituj. Men and trucks appeared to help them and vanished as soon as their work was done. Within 20 hours they were installed in a large loft, all of the machines uncrated and plugged in. Neil took a no-sleep and began tuning checks on all the circuits, glad of something to do. Costa locked the heavy door behind their last silent helper, then dropped gratefully onto one of the bedding rolls. How did the gadgets hold up? He asked. I'm finding out now. They're built to take punishment, but being dropped 12 feet into mud soup then getting baked by rockets isn't in the original specs. They crate things well these days, Costa said unworriedly, sucking on a bottle of the famous Himelian beer. When do you go to work? We're working right now, Neil told him, pulling a folder of papers out of the file. Before we left, I drew up a list of current magazines and newspapers I would need. You can start on these. I'll have a sampling program planned by the time you get back. Costa groaned hollowly and reached for the papers. Once the survey was in operation, it went ahead of its own momentum. Both men grabbed what food and sleep they could. The computers gulped down Neil's figures and spat out tape reels of answers that demanded even more facts. Costa and his unseen helpers were kept busy supplying the material. Only one thing broke the ordered labors of the week. Neil blinked twice at Costa before his equation-fogged brain assimilated an immediate and personal factor. You've a bandage on your head, he said. A blood-stained bandage. A little trouble in the streets, mobs, and that's an incredible feat of observation, Costa marveled. I had the feeling that if I came in here stark naked, you wouldn't notice it. I get involved, Neil said, dropping the papers on a table and kneading the tired furrow between his eyes. Get wrapped up in the computation. Sorry, I tend to forget about people. Don't feel sorry to me, Costa said. You're right, doing the job. I'm supposed to help you not pose for the before picture in home hospital ads. Anyway, how are we doing? Is there going to be a war? Certainly seems like one brewing outside. I've seen 2 people lynched who were only suspected of being earthies. Looks don't mean a thing, Neil said, opening 2 beers. Remember the analogy of the pile. It boils liquid metal and cooks out energy from the infrared right through to hard radiation, yet it keeps on generating power at a nice, steady rate. But your A-bomb at 0-1 second looks as harmless as a fallen log. It's the K-factor that counts, not surface appearance. This planet may look like a dictator's dream of glory, but as long as we're reading in the negative, things are fine. And how are things? How's our little K-factor? Coming out soon, Neil said, pointing at the humming computer. Can't tell about it yet. You never can until the computation is complete. There's a temptation to try and guess from the first figures, but they are meaningless, like trying to predict the winner of a horse race by looking at the starters lined up at the gate. Lots of people think they can. Let them. There are few enough pleasures in this life without taking away all delusions. Behind them, the computer thunked and was suddenly still. This is it, Neil said and pulled out the tape. He ran it quickly through his fingers, mumbling under his breath. Just once he stopped and set some figures into his hand computer. The result flashed in the window and he stared at it, unmoving. Good, bad, what is it? Neil raised his head and his eyes were 10 years older. Positive, bad, much worse than it was when we left Earth. How much time do we have? Don't know for certain, Neil shrugged. I can set it up and get an approximation, but there is no definite point on the scale where war has to break out, just a going and going until somewhere along the line, I know, gone, Costa said, reaching for his gun. He slid it into his side pocket. Now it's time to stop looking and start doing. What do I do? Going to kill War Marshal Lomiord? Neil asked distastefully. I thought we had settled that you can't stop a war by assassinating the top man. We also settled that something can be done to change the K-factor. The gun is for my own protection. While you're radioing results back to Earth and they're feeling bad about it, I'm going to be doing something. Now you tell me what that something is. This was a different man from the relaxed and quietly efficient Adao Costa of the past week. All of his muscles were hard with the restrained energy of an animal crouching to leap. The gun, ready in his pocket, had a suddenly new significance. Neil looked away, reaching around for words. This was all very alien to him and suddenly a little frightening. It was one thing to work out a K problem in class and discuss the theory of correction. It was something entirely different to direct the operation. Well, Costa's voice knifed through his thoughts. You can, well, it's possible to change one of the peak population curves. Isolate individuals and groups, then affect status and location changes. You mean get a lot of guys to take jobs in other towns through the commercial agents? Neil nodded. Too slow. Costa withered the idea with his voice. Fine in the long run, but of absolutely no value in an emergency. He began to pace back and forth too quickly. It was more of a bubbling over than a relaxation. Can't you isolate some recent key events that can be reversed? It's possible. Neil thought about it quickly. It wouldn't be a final answer, just a delaying action. That's good enough. Tell me what to do. Neil flipped through his books of notes, checking off the Beta 13. These were the reinforcers, the individuals and groups who were K-factor amplifiers. It was a long list which he cut down quickly by crossing off the low-increment additions and multiple groups. Even while the list was incomplete, Neil began to notice a pattern. It was an unlikely one, but it was there. He isolated the motivator and did a frequency check, then sat back and whistled softly. We have a powerhouse here, he said, flipping the paper across the table. Take this organization out of the equations and you might even knock us negative. Society for the Protection of the Native Born, Costa read, doesn't sound like very important. Who or what are they? proof positive of the law of averages. It's possible to be dealt a royal flush in a hand of cards, but it isn't very common. It's just as possible for a bunch of simpletons to set up an organization for one purpose and have it turn out to be a supercharged high-frequency K-factor amplifier. That's what's happened with this infernal SPNB, a seedy little social club dedicated to jingoists with low IQs. With the war scare, they have managed to get hold of a few credits. They have probably been telling the same inflated stories for years about the discrimination against natives of this fair planet, but no one has really cared. Now they have a chance to get their news releases and faked pics out in quantity, just at a time when the public is ripe for their brand of nonsense. Putting this bunch out of business will be a good day's work. Won't there be repercussions? Costa asked. If they are this important and throw so much weight around, won't it look suspicious if they are suddenly shut up, like an obvious move by the enemy? Not at all. That might be true if, for instance, you blew up the headquarters of the war party. It would certainly be taken as an aggressive move, but no one really knows or cares about this society of the half-baked native-born. There might be reaction and interest if attention was drawn to them, but if some accident or act of nature were to put them out of business, that would be the end of it. Costa was snapping his lighter on and off as he listened to Neil staring at the flame. He closed it and held it up. I believe in accidents. I believe that even in our fireproof age, fires still occur, buildings still burn down, and if a burnt building just happened to be occupied by the SPNB, just one tenant of many, and their offices and records were destroyed, that would be of very little interest to anyone except the fire brigade. You're a born criminal, Neil told him. I'm glad we're on the same side. That's your department and I leave it to you. I'll just listen for the news flashes. Meanwhile, I have one little errand to take care of. The words stopped Costa, who was almost out the door. He turned stiffly to look at Neil putting papers into an envelope, yet Costa spoke naturally, letting none of his feelings through into his voice. Where are you going? To see Hengley, the planetary operator here. A Bravanel told me to stay away from him to run an entirely new basic survey. Well, we've done that now and pinpointed some of the trouble areas as well. I can stop feeling guilty about poaching another man's territory and let him know what's going on. No, stay away from Hengley, Costa said. The last thing in the world we want to do is to be seen near him. There's a chance that he, might be compromised. What do you mean? Neil snapped. Hengley's a friend of mine, a graduate. He might also be surrounded 10 deep by the secret police. Did you stop to think about that? Neil hadn't thought about it, and his anger vanished when he did. Costa drove the point home. Societix has been a well-kept secret for over 2 centuries. It may still be a secret, or bits of it might have leaked out, and even if the Hemelians know nothing about Societix, they have certainly heard of espionage. They know the UN has agents on their world. They might think Hengley is one of them. This is all speculation, of course, but we do have one fact. This society of native boobs we turned up, we had no trouble finding them. As if Hengley had reliable field men, he should know about them too. The only reason he hasn't is because he isn't getting the information, which means he's compromised. Reaching back for a chair, Neil fell heavily into it. You're right, of course, I never realized. Good, Costa said. We'll do something to help Hengley tomorrow, but this operation comes first. Sit tight, get some rest, and don't open the door for anyone except me. It had been a long job and a tiring one, but it was almost over. Neil allowed himself the luxury of a long yawn, then shuffled over to the case of rations they had brought. He stripped the seal from something optimistically labeled chicken dinner. It tasted just like the algae it had been made from, and boiled some coffee while it was heating. And all the time he was doing these prosaic tasks, his mind was turning an indigestible fact over and over. It wasn't a conscious process, but it was nevertheless going on. The automatic mechanism of his brain ran it back and forth like a half-heard tune, searching for its name. Neil was tired, or he would have reacted sooner. The idea finally penetrated. One fact he had taken for granted was an obvious impossibility. The coffee splashed to the floor as he jumped to his feet. "It's wrong, it has to be wrong," he said aloud, grabbing up the papers. Computations and graphs dropped and were trampled into the spilled coffee. When he finally found the one he wanted, his hands were shaking as he flipped through it. The synopsis of Henley's reports for the past 5 years. The gradual rise and fall of the K-factor from month to month. There were no sharp breaks in the curve or gaps in the supporting equations. Societics isn't an exact science, but it's exact enough to know when it is working with incomplete or false information. If Henley had been kept in the dark about the SPNB, he would also have been misinformed about other factors. This kind of alteration of survey would have to show in the equations. It didn't. Time was running out and Neil had to act. But what to do? He must warn Adao Costa, and the records here had to be protected, or better yet destroyed. There was a power in these machines and charts that couldn't be allowed to fall into nationalist hands, but what could be done about it? In all the welter of equipment and containers, there was one solid, heavy box that he had never opened. It belonged to Costa, and the UN man had never unlocked it in his presence. Neil looked at the heavy clasps on it and felt defeat, but when he pulled at the lid, wondering what to do next, it fell open. It hadn't been sealed. Costa wasn't the kind of man who did things by accident. He had looked forward to the time when Neil might need what was in this box and had it ready. Inside was just what Neil expected: grenades, guns, some smoothly polished devices that held an aura of violence. Looking at them, Neil had an overwhelming sensation of defeat. His life was dedicated to peace and the furthering of peace. He hated the violence that seemed inborn in man and detested all the hypocritical rationalizations, such as the ends justifying the means. All of his training and personal inclinations were against it. And he reached down and removed the blunt black guns. There was one other thing he recognized in the compact arsenal: a time bomb. There had been lectures on this mechanism in school, since the fact was clearly recognized that a time might come when equipment had to be destroyed rather than fall into the wrong hands. He had never seen one since, but he had learned the lesson well. Neil pushed the open chest nearer to his instruments and set the bomb dial for 15 minutes. He slipped the gun into his pocket, started the fuse, and carefully locked the door when he left. The bridges were burned. Now he had to find Adao Costa. This entire operation was outside of his experience and knowledge. He could think of no plan that could possibly make things easier or safer. All he could do was head for the offices of the Society for the Protection of the Native-Born and hope he could catch Adao before he ran into any trouble. 2 blocks away from the address, he heard the sirens. Trying to act as natural as the other pedestrians, he turned to look as the armored cars and trucks hurtled by. Packed with armed police, their sirens and revolving lights cleared a path through the dark streets. Neil kept walking, following the cars now. The street he wanted to go into was cordoned off. Showing more than a normal interest would have been a giveaway. He let himself be hurried past with no more than a glance down the block with the other pedestrians. Cars and men were clustered around a doorway that Neil felt sure was number 265, his destination. Something was very wrong. Had Costa walked into a trap or tripped an alarm, it didn't really matter which, either way the balloon had gone up. Neil walked on slowly, painfully aware of his own inadequacy in dealing with the situation. It was a time for action, but what action? He hadn't the slightest idea where Costa was or how he could be of help to him. Halfway down the block, there was a dark mouth of an alleyway, unguarded. Without stopping to think, Neil turned into it. It would bring him closer to the building. Perhaps Costa was still trapped in there. He could get in, help him. The back of 265 was quiet, with no hint of the activity on the other side of the building. Neil had counted carefully and was sure he had the right one. It was completely dark in the unlit alley, but he found a recessed door by touch. The chances were it was locked, but he moved into the alcove and leaned his weight against it, pulling at the handle just in case. Nothing moved. An inch behind his back, the alley filled with light, washed with it, eye burning and strong. His eyes snapped shut, but he forced them open again, blinking against the pain. There were searchlights at each end of the alley, sealing it off. He couldn't get out. In the instant before the fear hit him, he saw the blood spots on the ground. There were 3 of them, large and glistening redly wet. They extended in a straight line away from him, pointing towards the gaping entrance of a cellar. When the lights went out, Neil dived headlong towards the cracked and filthy pavement. The darkness meant that the police were moving slowly towards him from both ends of the alley, trapping him in between. There was nothing doubtful about the fate of an armed earthman caught here. He didn't care. Neil's fear wasn't gone, he just had not time to think about it. His long shot had paid off, and there was still a chance he could get Costa out of the trap he had let him walk into. The lights had burned an afterimage into his retina. Before it faded, he reached out and felt his fingers slide across the dusty ground into a patch of wetness. He scrubbed at it with his sleeve, soaking up the blood, wiping the spot fiercely. With his other hand, he pushed together a pile of dust and dirt, spreading it over the stain. As soon as he was sure the stain was covered, he slid forward, groping for the second telltale splash. Time was his enemy, and he had no way to measure it. He could have been lying in the rubble of that alley for an hour or a second. What was to be done had to be done at once without a sound. There were silent, deadly men coming towards him through the darkness. After the second smear was covered, there was a drawn-out moment of fear when he couldn't find the third and last. His fingers touched it finally, much farther on than he had expected. Time had certainly run out, yet he forced himself to do as good a job here as he had with the other two. Only when it was dried and covered did he allow himself to slide forward into the cellar entrance. Everything was going too fast. He had time for a single deep breath before the shriek of a whistle paralyzed him again. Footsteps slapped towards him, and one of the searchlights burned with light. The footsteps speeded up, and the man ran by, close enough for Neil to touch if he had reached out a hand. His clothing was shapeless and torn, his head and face thick with hair. That was all Neil had time to see before the guns roared and burned the life from the runner. Some derelict sleeping in the alley who had paid with his life for being in the wrong spot at the wrong time. But his death had bought Neil a little more time. He turned and looked into the barrel of a gun. Shock after shock had destroyed his capacity for fear. There was nothing left that could move him, even his own death. He looked quietly, dully at the muzzle of the gun. With slow determination, his mind turned over, and he finally realized that this time there was nothing to fear. "It's me, Adow," he whispered. "You'll be all right now." "Ah, it is you," the voice came softly out of the darkness. The gun barrel wavered and sank. "Lift me up so I can get at this door. Can't seem to stand too well anymore." Neil reached down, found Costa's shoulders, and slowly dragged him to his feet. His eyes were adjusting to the glare above them now, and he could make out the gleam of reflected light on the metal in Costa's fingers. The UN man's other hand was clutched tightly to his waist. The gun had vanished. The metal device wasn't a key, but Costa used it like one. It turned in the lock, and the door swung open under their weight. Neil half carried, half dragged the other man's dead weight through it, dropping him to the floor inside. Before he closed the door, he reached down and felt a great pool of blood outside. There was no time to do a perfect job. The hard footsteps were coming just a few yards away. His sleeves were sodden with blood as he blotted, then pushed rubble into the stain. He pulled back inside, and the door closed with only the slightest click. "I don't know how you managed it, but I'm glad you found me," Costa said. There was weakness as well as silence in his whisper. "It was only chance I found you," Neil said bitterly, "but criminal stupidity on my part that let you walk into this trap. Don't worry about it, I knew what I was getting into. But I still had to go, spring the trap to see if it was a trap. You suspected then that Hengley was—" Neil couldn't finish the sentence. He knew what he wanted to say, but the idea was too unbearable to put into words. Costa had no such compunction. "Yes, dear Hengley, graduate of the university and practitioner of societics. A traitor, a warmonger worse than any of his predecessors because he knew just what to sell and how to sell it. It's never happened before, but there was always the chance. The weight of responsibility was too much. He gave in." Costa's voice had died away almost to a whisper. Then it was suddenly loud again, no louder than normal speaking volume, but sounding like a shout in the secret basement. "Neil, it's all right. Take it easy. Nothing is all right. Don't you realize that? I've been sending my reports back so the UN and your societics people will know how to straighten this mess out. But Hengley can turn this world upside down and might even get a shooting war going before they get here. I'm out of it, but I can tell you who to contact, people who will help. Hold the K factor down." "That wouldn't do any good," Neil said quietly. The whole thing is past the patch and polish stage now. Besides, I blew the whole works up. My machines and records, you're a fool. For the first time there was pain in Costa's voice. No, I was before but not anymore. As long as I thought it was a normal problem, I was being outguessed at every turn. You must understand the ramifications of societics. To a good operator there is no interrelationship that cannot be uncovered. Henley would be certain to keep his eyes open for another field check. Some kind of operation is very easy to spot if you know where and how to look. The act of getting information implies contact of some kind. That contact can be detected. He's had our location marked and has been sitting tight buying time, but our time ran out when you showed them we were ready to fight back. That's why I destroyed our setup and cut our trail. But then we are defenseless. What can we possibly do? Neil knew the answer, but he hesitated to put it into words. It would be final then. He suddenly realized he had forgotten about Costa's wound. I'm sorry, I forgot about your being hurt. What can I do? Nothing, Costa snapped. I put a field dressing on, that'll do. Answer my question. What is there left? What can be done now? I'll have to kill Henley. That will set things right until the team gets here. But what good will that accomplish? Costa asked, trying to see the other man in the darkness of the cellar. You told me yourself that a war couldn't be averted by assassination. No one individual means that much. Only in a normal situation, Neil explained. You must look at the power struggle between planets as a kind of celestial chess game. It has its own rules. When I talked about individuals earlier, I was talking about pieces on this chessboard. What I'm proposing now is a little more dramatic. I'm going to win the chess game in a slightly more unorthodox way. I'm going to shoot the other chess player. There was silence for a long moment, broken only by the soft sigh of their breathing. Then Costa stirred and there was the sound of metal clinking slightly on the floor. It's really my job, Costa said, but I'm no good for it. You're right, you'll have to go, but I can help you plan it so you will be able to get to Henley. You might even stand a better chance than me because you are so obviously an amateur. Now listen carefully because we haven't much time. Neil didn't argue. He knew what needed doing, but Costa could tell him how best to go about it. Instructions were easy to memorize, and he put the weapons away as he was told. Once you're clear of this building, you'll have to get cleaned up, Costa said, but that's the only thing you should stop for. Get to Henley while he is still rattled, catch him off guard as much as possible. Then after you finish with him, dig yourself in. Stay hidden at least 3 days before you try to make any contacts. Things should have quieted down a bit by then. I don't like leaving you here, Neil said. It's the best way as well as being the only way. I'll be safe enough. I've a nice little puncture in me, but there's enough medication to see me through. If I'm going to hole up, I'll hole up here. I'll be back to take care of you. Costa didn't answer him. There was nothing more to say. They shook hands in the darkness and Neil crawled away. There was little difficulty in finding the front door of the building, but Neil hesitated before he opened it. Costa had been sure Neil could get away without being noticed, but he didn't feel so sure himself. There certainly would be plenty of police in the streets, even here. Only as he eased the door did he understand why Costa had been so positive about this. Gunfire hammered somewhere behind him. Other guns answered. Costa must have had another gun. He had planned it this way, and the best thing Neil could do was not to think about it and go ahead with the plan. A car whined by in the roadway. As soon as it had passed, Neil slipped out and crossed the empty street to the nearest monosub entrance. Most of the stations had valet machines. It was less than an hour later when he reached Henley's apartment. Washed, shaved, and with his clothes cleaned, Neil felt a little more sure of himself. No one had stopped him or even noticed him. The lobby had been empty and the automatic elevator left him off at the right floor when he gave it Henley's name. Now, facing the featureless door, he had a sharp knife of fear. It was too easy. He reached out slowly and tried the handle. The door was unlocked. Taking a deep breath, he opened it and stepped inside. It was a large room but unlit. An open door at the other end had a dim light shining through it. Neil started that way and pain burst in his head, spinning him down face forward. He never quite lost consciousness, but details were vague in his memory. When full awareness returned, he realized that the lights were on in the room. He was lying on his back, looking up at them. 2 men stood next to him, staring down at him from above the perspective columns of their legs. One held a short metal bar that he kept slapping into his open palm. The other man was Hengli. "Not very friendly for an old classmate," he said, holding out Neil's gun. "Now get inside, I want to talk to you." Neil rolled over painfully and crawled to his feet. His head throbbed with pain, but he tried to ignore it. As he stood up, his hand brushed his ankle. The tiny gun Costa had given him was still in the top of his shoe. Perhaps Hengli wasn't being as smart as he should. "I can take care of him," Hengli said to the man with the metal rod. "He's the only one left now, so you can get some sleep. See you early in the morning, though." The man nodded agreement and left. Slouched in the chair, Neil looked forward to a certain pleasure in killing Hengli. Costa was dead, and this man was responsible for his death. It wouldn't even be like killing a friend. Hengli was very different from the man he had known. He had put on a lot of weight and affected a thick beard and flowing mustache. There was something jovial and paternal about him until you looked into his eyes. Neil slumped forward, worn out, letting his fingers fall naturally next to the gun in his shoe. Hengli couldn't see his hand, the desk was in the way. All Neil had to do was draw and fire. "You can pull out the gun," Hengli said with a grim smile, "but don't try to shoot it." He had his own gun now, aimed directly at Neil. Leaning forward, he watched as Neil carefully pulled out the tiny weapon and threw it across the room. "That's better," he said, placing his own gun on the desk where he could reach it easily. "Now we can talk. There's nothing I have to say to you, Hengli." Neil leaned back in the chair, exhausted. "You're a traitor." Hengli hammered the desk in sudden anger and shouted, "Don't talk to me of treachery, my little man of peace, creeping up with a gun to kill a friend. Is that peaceful? Where are the ethos of humanism now? You were very fond of them when we were in the university." Neil didn't want to listen to the words. He thought instead of how right Costa had been. He was dead, but this was still his operation. It was going according to plan. "Walk right in there," Costa had said. "He won't kill you, not at first at least. He's the loneliest man in the universe because he has given up one world for another that he hasn't gained yet. There will be no one he can confide in. He'll know you have come to kill him, but he won't be able to resist talking to you first. Particularly if you make it easy for him to defeat you. Not too easy, he must feel he is outthinking you. You'll have a gun for him to take away. But that will be too obvious. This small gun will be hidden as well, and when he finds that too, he should be taken off his guard. Not much, but enough for you to kill him. Don't wait, do it at the first opportunity." Out of the corner of his eye, Neil could see the radio phone clipped to the front of his jacket. It was slightly tarnished, looking like any one of 10,000 in daily use, almost a duplicate of the one Hengli wore, a universal symbol of the age. Like the keys and small change in his pockets. Only Neil's phone was a deadly weapon, product of a research into sudden death that he had never been aware of before. All he had to do was get it near Hengli. The mechanism had been armed when he put it on. It had a range of 2 feet. As soon as it was that far from any part of his body, it would be actuated. "Can I ask you a question, Hengli?" His words cut loudly through the run of the other man's speech. Hengli frowned at the interruption, then nodded permission. "Go ahead." He said, "What would you like to know?" "The obvious. Why did you do it? Change sides, I mean. Give up a positive work for this negative corruption. That's how much you know about it." Hengli was shouting now. "Positive, negative, war, peace, those are just words, and it took me years to find it out. What could be more positive than making something of my life and of this planet at the same time? It's in my power to do it, and I've done it." "Power, perhaps that's the key word," Neil said, suddenly very tired. "We have the stars now, but we have carried with us our little personal lusts and emotions. There's nothing wrong with that, I suppose, as long as we keep them personal. It's when we start inflicting them on others the trouble starts. Well, it's over now, at least this time." With a single, easy motion, he unclipped the radio phone and flipped it across the desk towards Hengli. "Goodbye," he said. The tiny mechanism clattered onto the desk and Hengli leaped back, shouting hoarsely. He pulled the gun up and tried to aim at the radio phone and at Neil at the same time. It was too late to do either. There was a brief humming noise from the phone. Neil jerked in his chair. It felt as if a slight electric shock had passed through him. He had felt only a microscopic percentage of the radiation. Hengli got it all. The actuated field of the device had scanned his nervous system, measured and tested it precisely, then adjusted itself to the exact microfrequency that carried the messages in his efferent nervous system. Once the adjustment had been made, the charged condensers had released their full blasts of energy on that frequency. The results were horribly dramatic. Every efferent neuron in his system carried the message full power. Every muscle in his body responded with a contraction of full intensity. Neil closed his eyes, covered them, turned away gasping. It couldn't be watched. An epileptic in a seizure can break the bones in a leg or arm by simultaneous contraction of opposing muscles. When all the opposed muscles of Hengly's body did this, the results were horrible beyond imagining. When Neil recovered a measure of sanity, he was in the street, running. He slowed to a walk and looked around. It was just dawn and the streets were empty. Ahead was the glowing entrance of a monotube and he headed for it. The danger was over now as long as he was careful. Pausing on the top step, he breathed the fresh air of the new morning. There was a sighing below as an early train pulled into the station. The dawn-lit sky was the color of blood. Blood, he said aloud. Then do we have to keep on killing? Isn't there another way? He started guiltily as his voice echoed in the empty street, but no one had heard him. Quickly, 2 at a time, he ran down the steps. Toy shop, because there were few adults in the crowd, and Colonel Biff Horton stood over 6 feet tall. He could see every detail of the demonstration. The children and most of the parents gaped in wide-eyed wonder. Biff Horton was too sophisticated to be awed. He stayed on because he wanted to find out what the trick was that made the gadget work. It's all explained right here in your instruction book, the demonstrator said, holding up a garishly printed booklet open to a 4-color diagram. You all know how magnets pick up things, and I bet you even know that the Earth itself is one great big magnet. That's why compasses always point north. Well, the atomic wonder space wave tapper hangs onto those space waves. Invisibly all about us and even going right through us are the magnetic waves of the Earth. The atomic wonder rides these waves just the way a ship rides the waves in the ocean. Now watch. Every eye was on him as he put the gaudy model rocket ship on top of the table and stepped back. It was made of stamped metal and seemed as incapable of flying as a can of ham, which it very much resembled. Neither wings, propellers, nor jets broke through the painted surface. It rested on 3 rubber wheels, and coming out through the bottom was a double strand of thin, insulated wire. This white wire ran across the top of the black table and terminated in a control box in the demonstrator's hand. An indicator light, a switch and a knob appeared to be the only controls. I turn on the power switch, sending a surge of current to the wave receptors, he said. The switch clicked and the light blinked on and off with a steady pulse. Then the man began to slowly turn the knob. A careful touch on the wave generator is necessary, as we are dealing with the powers of the whole world here. The concerted R swept through the crowd as the space wave tapper shivered a bit, then rose slowly into the air. The demonstrator stepped back and the toy rose higher and higher, bobbing gently on the invisible waves of magnetic force that supported it. Ever so slowly the power was reduced and it settled back to the table. Only $17.95, the young man said, putting a large price sign on the table. For the complete set of the atomic wonder, the space tapper control box, battery and instruction book. At the appearance of the price card, the crowd broke up noisily and the children rushed away towards the operating model trains. The demonstrator's words were lost in their noisy passage, and after a moment he sank into a gloomy silence. He put the control box down, yawned and sat on the edge of the table. Colonel Horton was the only one left after the crowd had moved on. Could you tell me how this thing works? The colonel asked, coming forward. The demonstrator brightened up and picked up one of the toys. Well, if you will look here, sir. He opened the hinged top. You will see the space wave coils at each end of the ship. With a pencil he pointed out the odd-shaped plastic forms about an inch in diameter that had been wound, apparently at random, with a few turns of copper wire. Except for these coils, the interior of the model was empty. The coils were wired together, and other wires ran out through the hole in the bottom of the control box. Biff Horton turned a very quizzical eye on the gadget and upon the demonstrator, who completely ignored this sign of disbelief. Inside the control box is the battery, the young man said, snapping it open and pointing to an ordinary flashlight battery. The current goes through the power switch and power light to the wave generator. What you mean to say, Biff broke in, is that the juice from this 15-cent battery goes through this cheap rheostat to those meaningless coils in the model and absolutely nothing happens. Now tell me what really flies the thing. If I'm going to drop $18 for 6 bits worth of tin, I want to know what I'm getting. The demonstrator flushed. I'm sorry, sir, he stammered. I wasn't trying to hide anything. Like any magic trick, this one can't be really demonstrated until it has been purchased. He leaned forward and whispered confidentially, I'll tell you what I'll do though. This thing is way overpriced and hasn't been moving at all. The manager said I could let them go at $3 if I could find any takers, if you want to buy it for that price. Sold, my boy, the colonel said, slamming 3 bills down on the table. I'll give that much for it no matter how it works. The boys in the shop will get a kick out of it. He tapped the winged rocket on his chest. Now really, what holds it up? The demonstrator looked around carefully, then pointed. Strings, he said, or rather a black thread. It runs from the top of the model through a tiny loop in the ceiling and back down to my hand, tied to this ring on my finger. When I back up, the model rises. It's as simple as that. All good illusions are simple, the colonel grunted, tracing the black thread with his eye, as long as there is plenty of flimflam to distract the viewer. If you don't have a black table, a black cloth will do, the young man said, and the arch of a doorway is a good sight. Just see that the room in back is dark. Wrap it up, my boy, I wasn't born yesterday, I'm an old hand at this kind of thing. Biff Horton sprang it at the next Thursday night poker party. The gang were all missile men and they cheered and jeered as he hammed up the introduction. Let me copy the diagram, Biff. I could use some of those magnetic waves in the new bird. Those flashlight batteries are cheaper than locks. This is the thing of the future. Only Teddy Kaner caught wise as the flight began. He was an amateur magician and spotted the gimmick at once. He kept silent with professional courtesy and smiled ironically as the rest of the bunch grew silent one by one. The colonel was a good showman and he had set the scene well. He almost had them believing in the space wave tapper before he was through. When the model had landed and he had switched it off, he couldn't stop them from crowding around the table. A thread. One of the engineers shouted, almost with relief, and they all laughed along with him. Too bad, the head project physicist said. I was hoping that a little space wave tapping could help us out. Let me try a flight with it. Teddy Kaner first, Biff announced. He spotted it while you were all watching the flashing lights, only he didn't say anything. Kaner slipped the ring with the black thread over his finger and started to step back. You have to turn the switch on first. Biff said, I know. Kaner smiled. But that's part of illusion, the spiel and the misdirection. I'm going to try this cold first so I can get it moving up and down smoothly, then go through it with the whole works. He moved his hand back smoothly in a professional manner that drew no attention to it. The model lifted from the table, then crashed back down. The thread broke, Kaner said. You jerked it instead of pulling smoothly, Biff said and knotted the broken thread. Here, let me show you how to do it. The thread broke again when Biff tried it, which got a good laugh that made his collar a little warm. Someone mentioned the poker game. This was the only time that poker was mentioned or even remembered that night, because very soon after this they found that the thread would lift the model only when the switch was on and 2.5 volts flowing through the joke coils. With the current turned off, the model was too heavy to lift. The thread broke every time. I still think it's a screwy idea, the young man said. 1 week getting fallen arches, demonstrating those toy ships for every brat within 1,000 miles, then selling the things for $3 when they must have cost at least $100 a piece to make. But you did sell the 10 of them to people who would be interested, the older man asked. I think so. I caught a few Air Force officers and a colonel in missiles one day. Then there was one official I remembered from the Bureau of Standards. Luckily, he didn't recognize me. Then those 2 professors you spotted from the university. Then the problem is out of our hands and into theirs. All we have to do now is sit back and wait for results. What results? These people weren't interested when we were hammering on their doors with the proof. We've patented the coils and can prove to anyone that there is a reduction in weight around them when they are operating. but a small reduction, and we don't know what is causing it. No one can be interested in a thing like that, a fractional weight decrease in a clumsy model, certainly not enough to lift the weight of the generator. No one wrapped up in massive fuel consumption, tons of lift and such is going to have time to worry about a crackpot who thinks he has found a minor slip in Newton's laws. You think they will now? The young man asked, cracking his knuckles impatiently. I know they will. The tensile strength of that thread is correctly adjusted to the weight of the model. The thread will break if you try to lift the model with it, yet you can lift the model after a small increment of its weight has been removed by the coils. This is going to bug these men. Nobody is going to ask them to solve the problem or concern themselves with it. But it will nag at them because they know this effect can't possibly exist. They'll see at once that the magnetic wave theory is nonsense, or perhaps true, we don't know, but they will all be thinking about it and worrying about it. Someone is going to experiment in his basement just as a hobby, of course, to find the cause of the error, and he or someone else is going to find out what makes those coils work or maybe a way to improve them, and we have the patents. Correct. They will be doing the research that will take them out of the massive lift propulsion business and into the field of pure space flight. And in doing so, they will be making us rich whenever the time comes to manufacture, the young man said cynically. We'll all be rich, son, the older man said, patting him on the shoulder. Believe me, you're not going to recognize this old world 10 years from now. Down to earth, Gino, help me, for God's sake, do something. The tiny voice scratched in Gino Lombardi's earphone, weak against the background roar of solar interference. Gino lay flat in the lunar dust, half buried by the pumice-fine stuff reaching far down into the cleft in the rock. Through the thick fabric of his suit, he felt the edge crumbling and pulled hastily back. The dust and pieces of rock fell instantly, pulled down by the light lunar gravity and unimpeded by any trace of air. A fine mist of dust settled on Glazer's helmet below, partially obscuring his tortured face. Help me, Gino, get me out of here, he said, stretching his arm up over his head. No good, Gino answered, putting as much of his weight onto the crumbling lip of rock as he dared, reaching far down. His hand was still a good yard short of the other's groping glove. I can't reach you, and I've got nothing here I can let down for you to grab. I'm going back to the bug. Don't leave, Glazer called, but his voice was cut off as Gino slid back from the crevice and scrambled to his feet. Their tiny helmet radios did not have enough power to send a signal through the rock. They were good only for line-of-sight communication. Gino ran as fast as he could, long gliding jumps one after the other back towards the bug. It did look more like a bug here, a red beetle squatting on the lunar landscape, its four spidery support legs sunk into the dust. He cursed under his breath as he ran. What a hell of an ending for the first moon flight. A good blast off and a perfect orbit. The first two stages had dropped on time, the lunar orbit was right, the landing had been right, and 10 minutes after they had walked out of the bug, Glazer had to fall into this crevice hidden under the powdery dust. To come all this way through all the multiple hazards of space, then to fall into a hole. There was just no justice. At the base of the ship, Gino flexed his legs and bounded high up towards the top section of the bug, grabbing onto the bottom of the still open door of the cabin. He had planned his moves while he ran. The magnetometer would be his best bet. Pulling it from the rack, he yanked at its long cable until it came free in his hand, then turned back without wasting a second. It was a long leap back to the surface in Earth gravitational terms, but he ignored the apparent danger and jumped, sinking knee-deep in the dust when he landed. The row of scuffled tracks stretched out towards the slash of the lunar crevice, and he ran all the way, chest-heaving in spite of the pure oxygen he was breathing. Throwing himself flat, he skidded and wriggled like a snake back to the crumbling lip. Get ready, Glazer, he shouted, his head ringing inside the helmet with the captive sound of his own voice. Grab the cable. The crevice was empty. More of the soft rock had crumbled away and Glazer had fallen from sight. For a long time, Major Gino Lombardi lay there, flashing his light into the seemingly bottomless slash in the satellite's surface, calling on his radio with the power turned full on. His only answer was static, and gradually he became aware of the cold from the eternally chilled rocks that was seeping through the insulation of his suit. Glazer was gone, that was all there was to it. After this, Gino did everything that he was supposed to do in a methodical, disinterested way. He took rock samples, dust samples, meter readings, placed the recording instruments exactly as he had been shown and fired the test shot in the drilled hole. Then he gathered the records from the instruments, and when the next orbit of the Apollo spacecraft brought it overhead, he turned on the cabin transmitter and sent up a call. "Come in, Dan. Colonel Danton Coy, can you hear me?" Loud and clear, the speaker crackled. "Tell me, you guys, how does it feel to be walking on the moon? Glazer is dead. I'm alone. I have all the data and photographs required. Permission requested to cut this stay shorter than planned. No need for a whole day down here." For long seconds there was a crackling silence, then Dan's voice came in, the same controlled Texas drawl. "Roger, Gino, stand by for computer signal. I think we can meet in the next orbit." The moon takeoff went as smoothly as the rehearsals had gone in the mock-up on Earth, and Gino was too busy doing double duty to have time to think about what had happened. He was strapped in when the computer radio signal fired the engines that burned down into the lower portion of the bug and lifted the upper half free, blasting it up towards the rendezvous in space with the orbiting mother ship. The joined sections of the Apollo came into sight, and Gino realized he would pass in front of it going too fast. He made the course corrections with a sensation of deepest depression. The computer had not allowed for the reduced mass of the lunar rocket with only one passenger aboard. After this, matching orbits was not too difficult, and minutes later Gino was crawling through the entrance of the command module and sealing it behind him. Dan Coy stayed at the controls, not saying anything until the cabin pressure had stabilized and they could remove their helmets. "What happened down there, Gino?" "An accident, a crack in the lunar surface covered lightly, sealed over by dust. Glazer just fell into the thing, that's all. I tried to get him out, I couldn't reach him. I went to the bug for some wire, but when I came back he had fallen deeper." It was. Gino had his face buried in his hands, and even he didn't know if he was sobbing or just shaking with fatigue and strain. "I'll tell you a secret, I'm not superstitious at all," Dan said, reaching deep into a zippered pocket of his pressure suit. "Everybody thinks I am, which just goes to show you how wrong everybody can be. Now I got this mascot because all pilots are supposed to have mascots, and it makes good copy for the reporters when things are dull." He pulled the little black rubber doll from his pocket, made famous on millions of TV screens, and waved it at Gino. "Everybody knows I always tote my little good luck mascot with me, but nobody knows just what kind of good luck it has. Now you will find out, Major Gino Lombardi, and be privileged to share my luck. In the first place, this bitty doll is not rubber, which might have a deleterious effect on the contents, but is constructed of a neutral plastic." In spite of himself, Gino looked up as Dan grabbed the doll's head and screwed it back. "Notice the wrist motion as I decapitate my friend, within whose bosom rests the best luck in the world. The kind that can only be brought to you by Sour Mash 150 proof bourbon. Have a slug." He reached across and handed the doll to Gino. "Thanks, Dan." He raised the thing and squeezed, swallowing twice. He handed it back. "Here's to a good pilot and a good Joe, Eddie Glazer," Dan Coy said, raising the flask, suddenly serious. He wanted to get to the moon, and he did. It belongs to him now, all of it by right of occupation. He squeezed the doll dry and methodically screwed the head back on and replaced it in his pocket. "Now let's see what we can do about contacting control, putting them in the picture, and start cutting an orbit back towards Earth." Gino turned the radio on but did not send out the call yet. While they had talked, their orbit had carried them around to the other side of the moon, and its bulk successfully blocked any radio communication with Earth. They hurtled their measured arc through the darkness and watched another sunrise over the sharp lunar peaks. Then the great globe of the Earth swung into sight again. North America was clearly visible, and there was no need to use repeater stations. Gino beamed the signal at Cape Canaveral and waited the 2.5 seconds for his signal to be received and for the answer to come back the 480,000 miles from Earth. The seconds stretched on, and with a growing feeling of fear he watched the hand track slowly around the clock face. "They don't answer." Interference, sunspots, try them again, Dan said in a suddenly strained voice. The control at Canaveral did not answer the next message, nor was there any response when they tried the emergency frequencies. They picked up some aircraft chatter on the higher frequencies, but no one noticed them or paid any attention to their repeated calls. They looked at the blue sphere of Earth with horror now, and only after an hour of sweating strain would they admit that, for some unimaginable reason, they were cut off from all radio contact with it. Whatever happened during our last orbit around the moon. I was in contact with them while you were matching orbits, Dan said, tapping the dial of the ammeter on the radio. There couldn't be anything wrong, not at this end, Gino said grimly, but something has happened down there. Could it be a war? It might be, but with whom and why? There's nothing unusual on the emergency frequencies, and I don't think. Look, Dan shouted hoarsely. The lights, where are the lights? In their last orbit, the twinkling lights of the American cities had been seen clearly through their telescope. The entire continent was now black. Wait, see South America, the cities are lit up there, Gino. What could possibly have happened at home while we were in that orbit? There's only one way to find out. We're going back, with or without any help from ground control. They disconnected the lunar bug and strapped into their acceleration couches in the command module while they fed data to the computer. Following its instructions, they jockeyed the Apollo into the correct attitude for firing. Once more, they orbited the airless satellite, and at the correct instant, the computer triggered the engines in the attached service module. They were heading home. With all the negative factors taken into consideration, it was not that bad a landing. They hit the right continent and were only a few degrees off in latitude, though they entered the atmosphere earlier than they liked. Without ground control of any kind, it was an almost miraculously good landing. As the capsule screamed down through the thickening air, its immense velocity was slowed, and the airspeed began to indicate a reasonable figure. Far below, the ground was visible through rents in the cloud cover. Late afternoon, Gino said. It will be dark soon after we hit the ground. At least it will still be light. We could have been landing in Peking at midnight, so let's hear no complaints. Stand by to let go the parachutes. The capsule jumped twice as the immense chutes boomed open. They opened their faceplates safely back in the sea of air once more. Wonder what kind of reception we'll get, Dan asked, rubbing the bristle on his big jaw. With the sharp crack of split metal, a row of holes appeared in the upper quadrant of the capsule. Air whistled in, equalizing their lower pressure. Look, Gino shouted, pointing at the dark shape that hurtled by outside. It was egg-shaped and stub-winged, black against the afternoon sun. Then it twisted over in a climbing turn, and for a long moment its silver skin was visible to them as it arched over and came diving down. Back it came, growing instantly larger, red flames twinkling in its wing roots. Grey haze cut off the sunlight as they fell into a cloud. Both men looked at each other. Neither wanted to speak first. A jet, Gino finally said. I never saw that type before. Neither did I, but there was something familiar. Look, you saw the wings, didn't you? You saw. If you mean did I see black crosses on the wings, yes I did, but I'm not going to admit it, or I wouldn't if it wasn't for those new air conditioning outlets that were just installed in our hull. Do you have any idea what it means? None, but I don't think we'll be too long finding out. Get ready for the landing, just 2,000 feet to go. The jet did not reappear. They tightened their safety harness and braced themselves for the impact. It was a bumping crash and the capsule tilted up on its side, jarring them with vibration. Parachute jettisons, Dan Coy ordered. We're being dragged. Gino had hit the triggers even as Dan spoke. The lurching stopped and the capsule slowly righted itself. Fresh air, Dan said, and blew the charges on the port. It sprang away and thudded to the ground. As they disconnected the multiple wires and clasps of their suits, hot, dry air poured in through the opening, bringing with it the dusty odor of the desert. Dan raised his head and sniffed. Smells like home. Let's get out of this tin box. Colonel Danton Coy went first, as befitted the commander of the first American Earth-Moon expedition. Major Gino Lombardi followed. They stood side by side silently, with the late afternoon sun glinting on their silver suits. Around them, to the limits of vision, stretched the thin tangle of greyish desert shrub mesquite cactus. Nothing broke the silence, nor was there any motion other than that caused by the breeze that was carrying away the cloud of dust stirred up by their landing. Smells good, smells like Texas, Dan said, sniffing. Smells awful, just makes me thirsty. But Dan, what happened? First the radio contact, then that jet. Look, our answer is coming from over there, the big officer said, pointing at a moving column of dust rolling in from the horizon. No point in guessing because we are going to find out in 5 minutes. It was less than that. A large sand-colored half-track roared up, followed by 2 armored cars. They braked to a halt in the immense cloud of their own dust. The half-track's door slammed open and a goggled man climbed down, brushing dirt from his tight black uniform. "Hand hock," he ordered, waving their attention to the leveled guns on the armored cars. "Hands up and keep them that way. You are my prisoners." They slowly raised their arms as though hypnotized, taking in every detail of his uniform, the silver lightning bolts on the lapels, the high, peaked cap, the predatory eagle clasping a swastika. You're a German," Gino Lombardi gasped. Very observant, the officer observed humorlessly. "I am Hauptmann Langenscheidt. You are my prisoners. You will obey my orders. Get into the Kraftwagen." "Now just 1 minute." Dan protested. "I'm Cole, Coy USAF, and I would like to know what is going on here." "Get in," the officer ordered. He did not change his tone of voice, but he did pull his long-barreled Luger from its holster and leveled it at them. "Come on," Gino said, putting his hand on Dan's tense shoulder. "You outrank him, but he got there fastest with the mostest." They climbed into the open back of the half-track and the captain sat down facing them. 2 silent soldiers with leveled machine pistols sat behind their backs. The tracks clanked and they surged forward. Stifling dust rose up around them. Gino Lombardi had trouble accepting the reality of this. The moon flight, the landing, even Glazer's death he could accept. They were things that could be understood. But this, he looked at his watch at the number TVE in the calendar opening. "Just one question, Langenscheidt," he shouted above the roar of the engine. "Is today the 12th of September?" His only answer was a stiff nod. "And the year, of course it is, 1971. "Yes, of course, no more questions. You will talk to the Oberst, not to me." They were silent after that, trying to keep the dust out of their eyes. A few minutes later they pulled aside and stopped while the long, heavy form of a tank transporter rumbled by them, going in the opposite direction. Evidently, the Germans wanted the capsule as well as the men who had arrived in it. When the long vehicle had passed the half-track ground forward again. It was growing dark when the shapes of 2 large tanks loomed up ahead, cannons following them as they bounced down the rutted track. Behind these sentries was a car park of other vehicles, tents and the ruddy glow of gasoline fires burning in buckets of sand. The half-track stopped before the largest tent and at gunpoint the 2 astronauts were pushed through the entrance. An officer, his back turned to them, sat writing at a field desk. He finished his work while they stood there, then folded some papers and put them into a case. He turned around, a lean man with burning eyes that he kept fastened on his prisoners while the captain made a report in rapid German. "That is most interesting, Langenscheidt, but we must not keep our guests standing. Have the orderly bring some chairs. Gentlemen, permit me to introduce myself. I am Colonel Schneider, commander of the 109th Panzer Division that you have been kind enough to visit." "Cigarette." The colonel's smile just touched the corners of his mouth, then instantly vanished. He handed over a flat package of Players' cigarettes to Gino, who automatically took them. As he shook one out, he saw that they were made in England, but the label was printed in German. "And I'm sure you would like a drink of whiskey," Schneider said, flashing the artificial smile again. He placed a bottle of Oud Highlander on the table before them, close enough for Gino to read the label. There was a picture of the Highlander himself, complete with bagpipes and kilt, but he was saying "Ich het gern etwas zu trinken whiskey." The orderly pushed a chair against the back of Gino's legs and he collapsed gratefully into it. He sipped from the glass when it was handed to him. It was good Scotch whiskey. He drained it in a single swallow. The orderly went out and the commanding officer settled back into his camp chair, also holding a large drink. The only reminder of their captivity was the silent form of the captain near the entrance, his hand resting on his holstered gun. "A most interesting vehicle that you gentlemen arrived in. Our technical experts will of course examine it, but there is a question. I am Colonel Danton Coy, United States Air Force, serial number." "Please, Colonel," Schneider interrupted, "we can dispense with the formalities." Major Giovanni Lombardi, United States Air Force. Higino broke in, then added his serial number. The German colonel flickered his smile again and sipped from his drink. "Do not take me for a fool," he said suddenly, and for the first time the cold authority in his voice matched his grim appearance. "You will talk for the Gestapo, so you might just as well talk to me, and enough of your childish games. I know there is no American Air Force, just your Army Air Corps that has provided such fine targets for our flyers. Now, what were you doing in that device?" "That is none of your business, Colonel," Dan snapped back in the same tones. "What I would like to know is just what a German tank's doing in Texas." A roar of gunfire cut through his words, sounding not too far away. There were two heavy explosions and distant flames lit up the entrance to the tent. Captain Langenscheidt pulled his gun and rushed out of the tent while the others leaped to their feet. There was a muffled cry outside and a man stepped in, pointing a bulky, strange-looking pistol at them. He was dressed in stained khaki and his hands and face were painted black. "Verdam," the colonel gasped and reached for his own gun. The newcomer's pistol jumped twice and emitted two sighing sounds. The panzer officer clutched his stomach and doubled up on the floor. "Don't just stand there gaping, boys," the intruder said. "Get moving before anyone else wanders in here." He led the way from the tent and they followed. They slipped behind a row of parked trucks and crouched there while a squad of scuttle-helmeted soldiers ran by them towards the hammering guns. A cannon began firing and the flames started to die down. Their guide leaned back and whispered, "That's just a diversion, just 6 guys and a lot of noise, though they did get one of the fuel trucks. These krautheads are going to find it out pretty quickly and start heading back here on the double, so let's make tracks." Now, he slipped from behind the trucks and the 3 of them ran into the darkness of the desert. After a few yards, the astronauts were staggering, but they kept on until they almost fell into an arroyo where the black shape of a jeep was sitting. The motor started as they hauled themselves into it, and without lights it ground up out of the arroyo and bumped through the brush. "You're lucky I saw you come down," their guide said from the front seat. "I'm Lieutenant Reeves, Colonel Coy, and this is Major Lombardi. We owe you a lot of thanks, Lieutenant. When those Germans grabbed us, we found it almost impossible to believe. Where did they come from? Breakthrough just yesterday from the lines around Corpus. I've been slipping along behind this division with my patrol, keeping San Antone posted on their movements. That's how come I saw your ship, or whatever it is, dropping right down in front of their scouts. Stars and stripes all over it. I tried to reach you first, but had to turn back before their scout cars spotted me. But it worked out. We grabbed the tank carrier as soon as it got dark, and 2 of my walking wounded are riding it back to Kotola, where we got some armor and transport. I set the rest of the boys to pull that diversion, and you know the results. You Air Corps jockeys ought to watch which way the wind is blowing or something, or you'll have all your fancy new gadgets falling into enemy hands. You said the Germans broke out of Corpus Christi, Dan asked. What are they doing there? How long have they been there, or where did they come from in the first place? You flyboys must sure be stationed in some hideaway spot, Reeves said, grunting as the jeep bounded over a ditch. The landings on the Texas side of the Gulf were made over a month ago. We've been holding them, but just barely. Now they're breaking out and we're managing to stay ahead of them. He stopped and thought for a moment. Maybe I better not talk to you boys too much until we know just what you were doing there in the first place. Sit tight, and we'll have you out of here inside of 2 hours. The other jeep joined them soon after they hit a farm road, and the lieutenant murmured into the field radio it carried. Then the 2 cars sped north past a number of tank traps and gun emplacements and finally into the small town of Kotola, straddling the highway south of San Antonio. They were led into the back of the local supermarket where a command post had been set up. There was a lot of brass and armed guards about, and a heavy-jawed 1-star general behind the desk. The atmosphere and the stairs were reminiscent in many ways of the German colonel's tent. "Who are you 2? What are you doing here? And what is that thing you rode down in?" the general asked in a no-nonsense voice. Dan had a lot of questions he wanted to ask first, but he knew better than to argue with a general. He told about the moon flight, the loss of communication, and their return. Throughout, the general looked at him steadily, nor did he change his expression. He did not say a word until Dan was finished. Then he spoke. "Gentlemen, I don't know what to make of all your talk of rockets, moonshots, Russian Sputniks, or the rest. Either you are both mad or I am, though I admit you have an impressive piece of hardware out on that tank carrier. I doubt if the Russians have time or resources now for rocketry, since they are slowly being pulverized and pushed back across Siberia. Every other country in Europe has fallen to the Nazis, and they have brought their war to this hemisphere, have established bases in Central America, occupied Florida, and made more landings along the Gulf Coast. I can't pretend to understand what is happening here, so I'm sending you off to the national capital in Denver in the morning." In the plane next day, somewhere over the high peaks of the Rockies, they pieced together part of the puzzle. Lieutenant Reeves rode with them, ostensibly as a guide, but his pistol was handy and the holster flap loose. "It's the same date and the same world that we left," Gino explained, "but some things are different. Too many things. It's all the same up to a point, then changes radically. Reeves, didn't you tell me that President Roosevelt died during his first term? Pneumonia. He never was too strong, died before he had finished a year in office. He had a lot of wild-sounding schemes, but they didn't help. Vice President Garner took over. But it didn't seem the same when John Nance said it as when Roosevelt had said it. Lots of fights, trouble in Congress, depression got worse, and things didn't start getting better until about 36 when Landon was elected. There were still a lot of people out of work, but with the war starting in Europe, they were buying lots of things from us: food, machines, even guns." "Britain and the Allies, you mean?" "I mean everybody, Germans too, though that made a lot of people here mad. But the policy was no foreign entanglements and do business with anyone who's willing to pay. It wasn't until the invasion of Britain that people began to realize that the Nazis weren't the best customers in the world, but by then it was too late. It's like a mirror image of the world, a warped mirror," Dan said, drawing savagely on his cigarette. "While we were going around the moon, something happened to change the whole world to the way it would have been if history had been altered sometime in the early 30s. "World didn't change, boys," Reeves said. "It's always been just the way it is now, though I admit the way you tell it, it sounds a lot better. But it's either the whole world or you, and I'm banking on the simpler of the two. Don't know what kind of an experiment the Air Corps had you two involved in, but it must have addled your grey matter." "I can't buy that," Gino insisted. "I know I'm beginning to feel like I have lost my marbles. But whenever I do, I think about the capsule we landed in. How are you going to explain that away?" "I'm not going to try. I know there are a lot of gadgets and things that got the engineers and the university profs tearing their hair out, but that doesn't bother me. I'm going back to the shooting war where things are simpler. Until it is proved differently, I think that you are both nuts, if you'll pardon the expression, sirs." The official reaction in Denver was basically the same. "A staff car complete with MP. Outriders picked them up as soon as they had landed at Lowry Field and took them directly to Fitzsimmons Hospital. They were taken directly to the laboratories, and what must have been a good half of the giant hospital staff took turns prodding, questioning, and testing them. They were encouraged to speak, many times with lie detector instrumentation attached to them, but none of their questions were answered. Occasional high-ranking officers looked on gloomily, but took no part in the examination. They talked for hours into tape recorders, answering questions in every possible field from history to physics, and when they tired were kept going on Benzedrine. There was more than a week of this in which they saw each other only by chance in the examining rooms, until they were weak from fatigue and hazy from the drugs. None of their questions were answered. They were just reassured that everything would be taken care of as soon as the examinations were over. When the interruption came, it was a welcome surprise and apparently unexpected. Gino was being probed by a drafted history professor who wore oxidized captain's bars and a gravy-stained battle jacket. Since his voice was hoarse from the days of prolonged questioning, Gino held the microphone close to his mouth and talked in a whisper. "Can you tell me who was the Secretary of the Treasury under Lincoln?" the captain asked. "How the devil should I know? And I doubt very much if there is anyone else in this hospital who knows besides you. And do you know, Of course, the door burst open and a full colonel with an M.P. Brassard looked in. A very high-ranking messenger boy. Gino was impressed. "I've come for Major Lombardi." "You'll have to wait," the history captain protested, twisting his already rumpled necktie. "I've not finished." "That is not important. The major is to come with me at once." They marched silently through a number of halls until they came to a day room where Dan was sprawled deep in a chair smoking a cigar. A loudspeaker on the wall was muttering in a monotone. "Have a cigar," Dan called out and pushed the package across the table. "What's the drill now?" Gino asked, biting off the end and looking for a match. "Another conference, big brass, lots of turmoil. We'll go in a moment as soon as some of the shouting dies down. There is a theory now as to what happened, but not much agreement on it, even though Einstein himself dreamed it up." "Einstein, but he's dead." "Not now, he isn't. I've seen him. A grand old gent of over 90, as fragile as a stick but still going strong. He say, wait, isn't that a news broadcast?" They listened to the speaker that one of the MPs had turned up. "In spite of fierce fighting, the city of San Antonio is now in enemy hands. Up to an hour ago, there were still reports from the surrounded Alamo where units of the 5th Cavalry have refused to surrender. And all America has been following this second battle of the Alamo. History has repeated itself tragically because there now appears to be no hope that any survivors." "Will you gentlemen please follow me?" A staff officer broke in and the two astronauts went out after him. He knocked at a door and opened it for them. "If you please." "I am very happy to meet you both," Albert Einstein said and waved them to chairs. He sat with his back to the window, his thin, white hair catching the afternoon sunlight and making an aura about his head. "Professor Einstein," Dan Coy said, "can you tell us what has happened? What has changed?" "Nothing has changed. That is the important thing that you must realize. The world is the same and you are the same, but you have, for want of a better word I must say, moved. I am not being clear. It is easier to express in mathematics. Anyone who climbs into a rocket has to be a bit of a science fiction reader, and I've absorbed my quota," Dan said. "Have we got into one of those parallel worlds things they used to write about, branches of time and all that? No, what you have done is not like that, though it may be a help to you to think of it that way. This is the same objective world that you left, but not the same subjective one. There is only one galaxy that we inhabit, only one universe, but our awareness of it changes many of its aspects of reality." "You've lost me," Gino sighed. "Let me see if I get it," Dan said. "It sounds like you are saying that things are just as we think we see them, and our thinking keeps them that way, like that tree in the quad I remember from college." "Again, not correct, but an approximation you may hold if it helps you to clarify your thinking. It is a phenomenon that I have long suspected certain observations in the speed of light that might be instrumentation errors, gravitic phenomena, chemical reactions. I have suspected something but have not known where to look. I thank you gentlemen from the bottom of my heart for giving me this opportunity at the very end of my life, for giving me the clues that may lead to a solution to this problem." "Solution?" Gino's mouth opened. "Do you mean there is a chance we can go back to the world as we knew it? Not only a chance, but the strongest possibility. What happened to you was an accident. You were away from the planet of your birth, away from its atmospheric envelope, and during parts of your orbit, even out of sight of it. Your sense of reality was badly strained, and your physical reality and the reality of your mental relationships changed by the death of your comrade. All these combine to allow you to return to a world with a slightly different aspect of reality from the one you have left. The historians have pinpointed the point of change. It occurred on the 17th of August, 1933, the day that President Roosevelt died of pneumonia." "Is that why all those medical questions about my childhood?" Dan asked. "I had pneumonia then. I was just a couple of months old, almost died. My mother told me about it often enough afterwards. It could have been at the same time. It isn't possible that I lived and the president died." Einstein shook his head. "No, you must remember that you both lived in the world as you knew it. The dynamics of the relationship are far from clear, though I do not doubt that there is some relationship involved. But that is not important. What is important is that I think I have developed a way to mechanically bring about the translation from one reality aspect to another. It will take years to develop it to translate matter from one reality to a different order, but it is perfected enough now, I am sure, to return matter that has already been removed from another order. Gino's chair scraped back as he jumped to his feet. Professor, am I right in saying, and I may have got you wrong, that you can take us and pop us back to where we came from? Einstein smiled. Putting it as simply as you have, Major, the answer is yes. Arrangements are being made now to return both of you and your capsule as soon as possible, in return for which we ask you a favor. Anything, of course, Dan said, leaning forward. You will have the reality translator machine with you and microcopies of all our notes, theories and practical conclusions. In the world that you come from, all of the massive forces of technology and engineering can be summoned to solve the problem of mechanically accomplishing what you both did once by accident. You might be able to do this within months, and that is all the time that there is left. Exactly what do you mean? We are losing the war. In spite of all the warning, we were not prepared. We thought it would never come to us. The Nazis advance on all fronts. It is only a matter of time until they win. We can still win, but only with your atom bombs. You don't have atomic bombs now, Gino asked. Einstein sat silent for a moment before he answered. No, there was no opportunity. I have always been sure that they could be constructed, but have never put it to the test. The Germans felt the same, and at one time even had a heavy water project that aimed towards controlled nuclear fission. But their military successes were so great that they abandoned it along with other far-fetched and expensive schemes such as the hollow globe theory. I myself have never wanted to see this hellish thing built, and from what you have told about it, it is worse than my most terrible dream. But I have approached the president about it when the Nazi threat was closing in, but nothing was done. Too expensive. Now it is too late, but perhaps it isn't. If your America will help us, the enemy will be defeated. And after that, what a wealth of knowledge we shall have once our worlds are in contact. Will you do it? Of course, Dan Coy said, but the brass will take a lot of convincing. I suggest some films be made of you and others explaining some of this, and enclose some documents, anything that will help convince them what has happened. I can do something better, Einstein said, taking a small bottle from a drawer of the table. Here is a recently developed drug and the formula that has proved effective in arresting certain of the more violent forms of cancer. This is an example of what I mean by the profit that can accrue when our two worlds can exchange information. Dan pocketed the precious bottle as they turned to leave. With a sense of awe, they gently shook hands with the frail old man who had been dead many years in the world they knew, to which they would be soon returning. The military moved fast. A large jet bomber was quickly converted to carry one of the American solid-fuel rocket missiles. Not yet operational, it was doubtful if they ever would be at the rate of the Nazi advance. But given an aerial boost by the bomber, it could reach up out of the ionosphere, carrying the payload of the moon capsule with its two pilots. Clearing the fringes of the atmosphere was essential to the operation of the instrument that was to return them to what they could only think of as their own world. It seemed preposterously tiny to be able to change worlds. Is that all? Gino asked when they settled themselves back into the capsule. A square case containing records and reels of film was strapped between their seats. On top of it rested a small grey metal box. What do you expect, an atom smasher? Dan asked. Checking out the circuits, the capsule had been restored as much as was possible to the condition it was in the day it had landed. The men wore their pressure suits. We came here originally by accident, by just thinking wrong or something like that, if my theory's correct. It isn't, but neither is mine, so we can't let it bug us. Yeah, I see what you mean. The whole crazy business may not be simple, but the mechanism doesn't have to be physically complex. All we have to do is throw the switch, right? Roger. The thing is self-powered. We'll be tracked by radar, and when we hit apogee in our orbit, they'll give us a signal on our usual operating frequency. We throw the switch and drop right back to where we came from, I hope. Hello there, cargo, a voice crackled over the speaker. Pilot here, we are about to take off. All set, in the green, all circuits, Dan reported and settled back. The big bomber rumbled the length of the field and slowly pulled itself into the air, heavily under the weight of the rocket slung beneath its belly. The capsule was in the nose of the rocket, and all the astronauts could see was the shining skin of the mother ship. It was a rough ride. The mathematics had indicated that probability of success would be greater over Florida and the South Atlantic, the original re-entry target. This meant penetrating enemy territory. The passengers could not see the battle being fought by the accompanying jet fighters, and the pilot of the converted bomber did not tell them. It was a fierce battle, and at one point almost a lost one. Only a suicidal crash by one of the escort fighters prevented an enemy jet from attacking the mother ship. "Stand by for drop," the radio said, and a moment later came the familiar sensation of free fall as the rocket cropped clear of the plane. Preset controls timed the ignition and orbit. Acceleration pressed them into their couches. A sudden return to weightlessness was accompanied by the tiny explosions as the carrying rocket blasted free the explosive bolts that held it to the capsule. For a measureless time, their inertia carried them higher in their orbit while gravity tugged back. The radio crackled with a carrier wave, then a voice broke in. "Be ready with the switch, you ready to throw it now?" Dan flipped the switch and nothing happened, nothing that they could perceive in any case. They looked at each other silently, then at the altimeter as they dropped back towards the distant Earth. "Get ready to open the chute," Dan said heavily just as a roar of sound burst from the radio. "Hello Apollo, is that you? This is Canaveral Control, can you hear me? Repeat, can you hear me? Can you answer in heaven's name? Dan, are you there? Are you there?" The voice was almost hysterical, bubbling over itself. Dan flipped the talk button. "Dan Coy here, is that you, Skipper?" "Yes, but how did you get there? Where have you been since?" "Cancel, repeat, cancel that last. We have you on the screen and you will hit in the sea and we have ships standing by." The two astronauts met each other's eyes and smiled. Gino raised his thumb up in a token of victory. They had done it. Behind the controlled voice that issued them instructions, they could feel the riot that must be breaking after their unexpected arrival. To the observers on Earth, this Earth, they must have vanished on the other side of the moon, then reappeared suddenly some weeks later, alive and sound long days after their oxygen and supplies should have been exhausted. There would be a lot to explain. It was a perfect landing. The sun shone, the sea was smooth, there was scarcely any cross wind. They resurfaced within seconds and had a clear view through their port over the small waves. A cruiser was already headed their way, only a few miles off. "It's over," Dan said with an immense sigh of relief as he unbuckled himself from the chair. "Over," Gino said in a choking voice. "Over, look at the flag there." The cruiser turned tightly, the flag on its stern standing out proudly in the air. The red and white stripes of Old Glory, the 50 white stars on the field of deepest blue. And in the middle of the stars, in the center of the blue rectangle, lay a golden crown. Koloff and short fiction was compiled from short stories published between 1953 and 1963 by Harry Harrison. This ebook was produced for Standard eBooks by Robin Whittleton and is based on transcriptions produced between 2007 and 2026 by Greg Weeks, Susan Carr, Stephen Blundell, Mary Meehan, Tom Trussell, and distributed proofreaders for and on digital scans from the Internet Archive. The cover page is adapted from The City, a painting completed around 1919 by Leon C.H. Wistek. The cover and title pages feature the League Spartan and Sorts Mill Gaudi typefaces created in 2014 and 2009 by the League of Movable Type. This edition was released on June 30, 2026, 2:48 a.m. and is based on revision EC1 ECA 4. The first edition of this ebook was released on June 25, 2026, 7:02 p.m. You can check for updates to this ebook, view its revision history, or download it for different e-reading systems at Standard Books. org/ebooks/Harry Harrison/short fiction. The volunteer-driven Standard eBooks project relies on readers like you to submit typos, corrections, and other improvements. Anyone can contribute at Standard Books. Uncopyright, may you do good and not evil. May you find forgiveness for yourself and forgive others. May you share freely, never taking more than you give. Copyright pages exist to tell you that you can't do something, unlike them. This uncopyright page exists to tell you that the writing and artwork in this ebook are believed to be in the United States public domain. That is, they are believed to be free of copyright restrictions in the United States. The United States public domain represents our collective cultural heritage, and items in it are free for anyone in the United States to do almost anything at all with, without having to get permission. Copyright laws are different all over the world, and the source text or artwork in this ebook may still be copyrighted in other countries. If you're not located in the United States, you must check your local laws before using this ebook. Standard ebooks makes no representations regarding the copyright status of the source text or artwork in this ebook in any country other than the United States. Non-authorship activities performed on items that are in the public domain, so-called sweat of the brow work, don't create a new copyright. That means that nobody can claim a new copyright on an item that is in the public domain for, among other things, work like digitization, markup, or typography. Regardless, the contributors to this ebook release their contributions under the terms in the CC01. Zero Universal Public Domain Dedication, thus dedicating to the worldwide public domain all of the work they've done on this ebook, including but not limited to metadata, the title page imprint. Often, this uncopyright and any changes or enhancements to, or markup on, the original text and artwork. This dedication doesn't change the copyright status of the source text or artwork. We make this dedication in the interest of enriching our global cultural heritage, to promote free and libre culture around the world, and to give back to the unrestricted culture that has given all of us so much.